Welcome back to the Black Mountains. My name is Blood, and these are my friends. So, who wants to recap what happened last time?
We all died.
Yep. Very accurate.
Darn, I guess I'm going to end the session short today.
Alrighty then.
Well, now we're going to be ghosties. Ooh.
I guess we'll have to find
Surprise
some else to
Halloween
do.
episode.
It's the ghost before Christmas.
Exactly. We're going to haunt Zorn like the fucking ghosts. Like the Christmas Carol.
I thought that was about getting the rich people to manage fair business practices.
Now it's about harassing murderers.
So you mean what I just said previously?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, so what actually happened last time was the party found the Zornite encampment in the middle of the forest mountain and proceeded to kill all of them, except like a kobold. Afterwards, you all decided to take a big nap because, well, Kalcash looked pretty bloody.
Mostly because our healer was out of spell slots.
Yep. So it's been
If it was just because Kalcash was fucked up, they could only rested an hour and it would have been fine.
Yep, and also you regained like a level of fatigue. All right. So it has been 8 hours, and Mariah has done her best to Mariah and Miranda, sorry, have done their best to collate all of the loot that you got. Does anyone want to ask them about it?
I'm sure we will have plenty of time to discuss that in the future. For now, we should scrape up our wounded and begin ready to move forward.
Okay, so Mariah asks if you're sure because she found some interesting items.
Hmm.
I mean, what did you find?
Well, I found this, and she holds up a quiver. And she offers it to Arsene.
Okay, I mean, not really. I mean, I'll take it. It's just, the whole thing of having a crossbow is.
Arsene, roll me a D100. You have 13 bolts of +2 ammunition.
I'll take it if it's +2. So in character, Arsene's like, I don't know. I mean, the whole thing with the crossbow is I can't reload as fast as. And then he looks and sees that they're bolts and they're not arrows, and he goes, "Oh, okay."
She also gives you a chime of opening.
Fucking what?
A chime of opening.
Was it a little
like
bell?
A chime of opening is a rare, wondrous item. If I can. This hollow metal tube measures about 1 foot long and weighs 1 pound. As an action, you can strike the chime to cast Knock. This spell's customary knocking sound is replaced by a clear ringing tone of the chime, which is audible out to 300 feet. The chime can be used 10 times. After the 10th, it cracks and becomes... Oh, that is dumb. What's the point of having a magic item if it's going to break?
Also, you forget
that's possible.
there is one other problem. I'm supposed to be a sneaky bastard. Knock is very, very loud.
So you don't want the chime of opening.
No, I'm gonna use it. It's just I need to figure out a way to muffle.
A 300-foot wide silence spell.
Yeah. Cone of silence.
More like nuke of silence.
All right. Other than that, well, we also have this Cathane's Bane jug and a potion of longevity. I'll hold on to that one. I doubt you. Do you want alchemist jug? She asks everyone.
I mean, it could be useful.
All right. right. She gives you an alchemist jug. On it, it looks to be a national treasure.
It's got Nicolas Cage on.
It's
Uh,
Nicolas Cage.
It has someone who looks suspiciously like Nicolas Cage to us, but instead depicts. Um, you don't know. Make me a religion roll.
Fine.
Okay. Kalcash. Arsene, you actually know this story. It's about the wars in heaven. You know, the ones where like hell occasionally invades like heaven, and under the tutelage of Karen Cathane, one of the heroes of the Fireblight. In it, Heaven managed to defeat the hellish invasion by giving Cathane an alchemy jug of infinite wine. She then proceeded to get ungodly drunk almost all the time because she hated her life, or unlife in that case. This one has frescoes depicting the event, and you remember our scene that this was actually in the temple. The damn it, sorry, 1 second. It's actually in the temple in one of the cities to the south that got burned down. So this is like actually a national treasure.
Ah. I'm gonna take it, and then I'm gonna give it back when we get a chance, and then I'm gonna steal it again.
Mariah also presents you a menorah. Well, the party a golden menorah. You do recognize this, right?
No.
This menorah, well, actually, no, you wouldn't know. So this menorah is actually the Shokian. It's a Shokian artifact from another one of the cities. We thought it, gone after we couldn't find it in the rubble.
Mhm.
It's the known as the ever-burning menorah of Judea.
Certainly valuable.
Yes, you should take it back so that everyone knows that you actually have proof about this giant pile of money.
You make a fair point. Your counsel is always appreciated.
Mariah nods. Well, that's everything I can think of that you can actually bring.
Hopefully, we will still have a home to come back to.
Oh, she also hands everyone 100 silver pieces. Uh,
Not enough room on the cart.
uh, she point. So there's literally tens of thousands of coins here in chests.
Yeah.
A little bit of spending money never hurt.
Winter, she gives you 200 as payment. Well, that should be everything for now.
Now that we've done sorting that, maybe we should go and stop this madman from killing our entire place that we call home and where we sleep and do all the other things. Oh yeah, and our adoptive father, who is also fucking
I believe you cut out there.
shit. Basically, Arsene is like, okay, that's cool and all, but maybe we should, as much as I would like to just take all of this stuff right here and now, desperately trying to hold back the urge of doing that, we should really get back and, stop the crazy guy from killing everybody. Thing.
Don't worry, me and Miranda will hold down the fort while you, well, report back. Think positively, Mariah. Think positively. You're gonna have a home to go back to. The castle's gonna keep standing. So do you guys do just that?
Well, if the rest of you are ready, I do believe we have some lands to be saving.
Okay. So we're gonna go to here. So spend like a month. It's like a day to get back to Skarrest.
Yeah, then. So, unless one of you has some alternative ideas, it would likely be best to hasten our path.
Okay.
Alright, I guess you'll just start moving north then.
Yep. All right. Make me. Let's see. Who has the best survival skill?
I would assume either Winter or Kalcash.
Kalcash is being right back. Winter, what's your survival? You there, Al?
1 2 1 2.
Yep. Now we can hear you.
It would appear I'm a 1.
Okay. All right. Arsene, you also have a 1. Blaire, you have 0. I don't know what Kalcash has. So, no. Travel table. All right. Roll me a d10. L.
Oh no. Roll a d10. Where the fuck is the t10? Did I get transferred over? It did get transferred over. Okay.
All right. 4. It begins to heavily snow and blizzard. You must either wait it out for 1d4 hours or to travel through the storm succeed either a constitution or perception check to navigate / stay hale and hardy. So do you want to wait it out or do you want to try and travel through the storm?
I'm gonna tell you right now, my perception is the same as my fucking survival. So I would recommend against this, guys. Dumbasses.
Okay.
Gonna
So
look around and be like, we're in the woods. How the hell is it? It's been a day. We were walking and it was like springtime. This is obviously some chicanery going on here.
it was the dead of winter.
Out of character, I didn't know that.
All right. So you got through Arsene, how do you want to like corral the party down the mountainside?
Okay, find the easiest route down without having to deal with any sort of issue. Is it like a straight shot to the bottom of the mountain, or is it like is there like no track we could go down?
There are deer
Just
paths.
trees. Okay, I got an idea. Not a good idea, but it's an idea. I'm gonna go over to Kalcash and be like, Kalcash, help me strip one of these logs real quick over here. We're gonna make a sled.
Since Kalcash hasn't gone back yet, he agrees to help you.
Any type of roll I should use to say make
Well, I
this
don't know
easy.
how this deals with perception, so it would be a crafting roll.
Okay.
All right, roll me a d4.
Watch kids do this. I've done it myself before.
It
God
takes
dang
you
it.
an entire hour to do so, and by the time you finish making it, the snow has abated.
God damn.
All right, go ahead and move 2 squares. Okay, it is evening, or sorry, it's basically the dead of night now because you started your attack in morning. It has taken you a couple. You had to spend 8 hours after the fight to rest, so it is about 4 o'clock. So 5 o'clock. It's winter, so the sun is setting. It is about 6 o'clock, you estimate. Do you want to keep going?
I mean, a fucking madman's gonna go attack our home. I think it's smart for us to get there, and if he's not there yet, at least then we can, do something.
Okay.
As unsightly as it is, rushing does seem to be in order.
Who wants to make this navigation check?
Ready, set a survival.
Yep.
So probably somewhat more sophisticated.
All right. I'm just going to ask for L again, since no one's volunteering.
Oh no, not me.
I mean, do you really want Blaire to be doing the leading in the jungle?
I mean, I could roll with like your lowest party member. Okay.
I'm pretty sure I am the lowest party member.
You successfully... Welcome back, Kalcash. You got caught in a blizzard for an hour. You successfully
I
never...
forgot it was winter.
Yeah, it's kind of... It sucks for this map because I can't, like, just put a filter on.
I mean, it comes up so little.
All right. So you can go ahead and move 2 squares in any direction you'd like.
Well, towards town, obviously. I assume.
It's faster to move through farmland.
Yep.
Through the farmland.
So north and then.
All right. Let's see. To front. There we go. Okay. So as you get, so by the time you get to the city, it is basically nighttime because it's like 7 o'clock. As you approach, though, you see it smells weird. It smells like a lot of smoke and fire, like more than usual.
No, no. Everyone's dead.
All right, and you guys are at the south gate. It seems like the party has happened without you.
Oh no.
Not the party.
Can't tell whether or not they were waiting for us to fuck off or just absolutely unlucky. That's a group.
Well,
And I slipped
time-
away, but did I hear?
What?
Do we have our companions, or is it just the 4 of us?
It's just the 4 of you.
Why the fuck do we even wait 8 hours then?
It-
That was the whole point. Was that so they were? Oh, whatever.
Because you
Alright,
were
let's
dying?
go.
Because you were dying.
I only needed an hour to rest. I didn't use any resources. You heal in an hour.
All right.
That was the whole point.
So, would you like to enter town?
Considering it appears to be emitting a great deal of smoke, that would probably be best. Because either the war has occurred, or we are missing out on quite the festivities.
It's kind of hard to tell in the nighttime air.
Into the fire we go.
Any of the gates going to stop us?
Um, let's see. Go ahead and make me a perception test. Whoever's fine.
What do you see with your elf eyes?
Smoke. Rather irritating the eye.
All right. So as you get to the gate looks to be open. There's a lot of people who are kind of spilled out, but not too many here at the southern gate. It looks like they're mostly focused on the
Ah,
spirit shrining grounds. The gate guards all seem to be very confused. Let's see if they recognize you coming back. 20. Only one of the gate guards recognize you, and they just recognize you enough to like open the gate. It is pretty late.
well, at least it was the worst part of the city. Practically slums over here.
All right, so you're now in the city.
Well, maybe not slums
Uh,
isn't the right term.
You see some of the houses here opposite the spirit shrine have been burned down or torn down to make a firewall. Other than that, it looks like the rest of the southern suburbs are intact.
Well, that's a decent. Not everything has been burned down.
Yet, gotta find out who started the fire. It start it up again if they don't be dealt with. Ugh.
We need to hurry and stop this particular villain. Kalcash, I'm assuming you would know where we could locate them. Okay, fair enough. That was probably a poor question. I think we should at least head to the Citadel, make sure that's still intact.
To the Citadel, I say, walking in the general direction.
All right, who wants to control the party token?
Let's get moving to the north. That'll be the most direct route.
All right, so as soon as you enter the high market, let's see, come on, allure. Ah, there it is. Okay, as soon as you enter the high market, it looks like it's been burnt to the ground. Everything except for the ambassadorial quarter, which seems to have survived most of the worst of it by dint of, having walls that are made of stone. As you go past that and you look into the textile district, it also looks like it burned to the ground.
Good. It was a. What's the term I'm looking for here?
Eyesore.
Sweat factories or whatever.
That's where your fucking house was.
You don't,
Your
don't
fucking house burned down.
Ah!
did you not own property in the textile industry?
For fuck's sake.
Also, you should check on your girlfriend because her church is like down over there.
I would not fault you for wanting to check on those closest to your heart, but
I
securing the
already checked
citadel.
everything. Everything that burned down was all the places I was unable to check in the sewers. Let's just move.
Understood.
I
Understood.
don't need to be reminded of more of my fucking failures.
As you enter the government district, it looks like it's been very well checked, or not burnt down. Besides smoke damage from like all the fires nearby, it seems like most of it is basically intact. It seems like for the northern part of the textile district, they tore it down to make a fire break.
At least we should be fine. Hopefully the citadel will still be intact.
So, Kalcash, you want to hide yourself, or do you want to like just be walking around?
Hide myself for what fucking reason?
Okay.
He came back from killing somebody. He literally has a goddamn Zornate cultist lieutenant's head hanging off of his belt.
All right. So you get to the main square, and you see Samael on the road there, waiting patiently.
Yeah, no shit.
Do you just want to walk right up to him, or do you want to try and bypass him?
What's
Well,
the party doing?
Well, considering we're in a hurry, we should report back as quickly as possible. So I'm in favor of just rushing by him.
So that's one for rushing by him.
I'm not hearing any objections.
Alright, we're doing it.
All right, he is going to try to stop you for obvious reasons. All right, this will be an opposed. This will be an opposed athletics test. All right, beat a natural 1.
Let me see if I am able to do so.
So he spots
The
you.
question is, who's rolling?
Yeah, I guess that's that bit to the game master to see which one he accepts.
It would be Arsene because he has the highest athletics that was rolled. It also it also doesn't matter. He tries to stop you, but he's just completely swamped in like all the populace that was displaced in the main square now, and asking the High Inquisitor what the fuck is happening. Because, isn't his job to, stop stuff like this from these Zornate maniacs? So he can't stop you.
What's he? Okay, out of curiosity, what's he wearing?
He is wearing. Let me just. Where the fuck did that go? Come on.
His picture.
I would hope pants.
There we go.
Watching
Maybe a
his
shirt.
Oh wait, that's the wrong one.
He's literally just walking around Winnie pooing it.
Yeah, he is Inquisitor.
I'm the big bad Inquisitor. Sweden.
Inquisitor Samael Kendricks, the pallid, sickly angel, dragging himself the weak flutters of his wings wherever he goes. Shoulder-length peak hair falls with only a single strand of green hair framing his right eye. He is quite clearly a foreigner, lacking strong perfuming or any visible piercings, and quite visibly larger than the native humans. He is currently wearing, let's see.
Does he have like a cape or something on that
Uh,
cape or a long coat?
No, he is currently wearing like a half mail with a purple like scarf, and like a pair of like male pants with like cotton underneath.
Okay. As the group kind of rushes by, I'm gonna sneak up behind him, just grab his like scarf thing, and kind of like throw it up at his own head, so it just gets in his eyes and he can't see. And I'm just gonna like run by, catch up with the group.
You do that in front of literally thousands of people.
Yeah, but it's Arsene. No one's gonna give a shit.
Yeah, they're like, oh, it's that dude. Fucking.
So as soon as you get to the gates, you see a lot of guards there. However, the guards are currently laying siege to the citadel, and you see guards on the ramparts, resisting the siege of the guards.
Huh?
The situation looks very confused.
What the fuck is happening? I grabbed the nearest guard.
All right, random guard, let's see if you know anything. I don't know. I was just told that the citadel was under attack, and when I got here, they won't let us in.
Alright, I walk up to the gate. I demand to know what's happening to the guards on the other side.
All right, guard on the other side. Make me an insight test, please. All right. Halt! No one's allowed to enter. Guard stops you at like like that gate with like the eye slit, that kind of gate.
Yeah.
He just tells you that no one's allowed to enter. Do you want to try
Okay,
and
what does my
interrogate?
insight tell me?
He is not confused. He is repeating a rote memorized basically just repeating the same thing over and over again. He is obviously hiding something.
And why not?
We have recently been attacked. We are currently guarding foreign dignitaries. We cannot be sure that the castle has been fully cleared.
I'm Kalcash of Haxmastare. We are Knights of the Realm. Kalcash will then proceed to hold up the head of the lieutenant they killed and give the guard a nice little smile. And we have news. And I hope to add more heads to the wall.
All right, make me a persuasion test. At advantage. Because he didn't expect to see a severed head today.
18.
All right. Okay, guard. How competent are you?
Not very.
Oh, fuck.
Okay, he is. I take it back.
Ooh, nice head. I wonder which Mongol you got it from. As I said, no one's allowed in or out in the meantime.
All right. Come on, guys. Kalcash will walk away. I know my way around.
I look to Kalcash and I kind of just make some motions that are like manhole, great sewer, back that way, and I kind of like motion my eyeballs
like-
over to where Lat's little jungle gym boat is, and I'm like, you remember how we got in that way?
I know. Like, Kalcash and Arsene are like, okay, fine. We have our ways, and then proceed to go.
Fuck you. I know a better way with blackjack and
Yeah.
hookers.
I'm
The
explicitly
combined thoughts of a smuggler and a thief
All
who
right.
know this area far too well.
All right. Make me a.
Especially when they're dumb enough to give them access to inside and they can poke around. It's like giving somebody a maze and then you go from the end to the start.
So the confusion deepens more as they see you as well, like, forbidden from entering. Much to like all the surrounding guards' confusions. Like, what the fuck? This is Kalcash.
Kalcash will look at them and go, obviously something's wrong. They're lying. If we find a way around, we'll let you know.
Right. So by this point, Samuel's like halfway down the bridge. You can tell because there's a giant naga following him.
Move on if you wish, brothers. But
Yeah, I feel like as we're moving along, and
I
as we
would
get to Samuel, yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
wouldn't mind discussing a bit more with the guard if you'll allow me.
Go ahead.
Go off with
Blaire will.
Kalcash.
Yeah, Blaire will go up to the gate and look at whichever guy we're speaking. Excuse me, from up there? I'm not sure I heard you correctly. It sounded as if you are not allowing those of station to enter their residence. Perhaps you might speak a bit more clearly so that I might understand this great transaction that you're trying to commit with the lack of funds that is your station.
By order of Captain of the Guard, Yoda Haxmastare, no one is allowed in or out for the time being. Absolutely no one.
Kalcash is laughing. Called it. Called it.
I'm not sure I heard you correctly. And Blaire will snap his fingers and point to the ground in front of him. Which I'm going to have to ask you to come down, or my associate will have to. And if you can't, my associate is willing to do so for me if you wish.
I'm sorry, I'm just repeating what I've been told. No one's allowed in or out until the entire facility has been cleared on Yoda's orders.
Alrighty. Well, if, in that case, we'll do the motion again and motion for the guard to be brought down towards Blaire.
Arsene is going to mount the railing of the bridge
Yep.
and take a running leap, jump off, and use his claws to grab onto the
That's
wood of the drawbridge and proceed to climb up it like a fucking cockroach.
So that was the signal that you were asking for, Blood.
Okay, so you're... Alright.
If it wasn't obvious what I'm trying to have happen.
So Shade, lands beside you.
Okay, could you fetch that guard up there? I can't seem to hear him from here.
Alright.
Have Shade snatch a guard from the ramparts.
Here's the problem. I didn't give the guards a, thing for their crossbows. Okay, guard, can you not hit... Can you not hit anyone in the mass of people in front of you? Alright. Alright, so you're trying not to hit. Thank God. By order of Guard Captain Yoda, no one is allowed to enter or leave.
Oh, look, someone just left. Wonder if they shoot their own friend as they're dragged out from the castle.
So Shay looks up at you as suddenly the air grows very still as everyone pulls out their heavy crossbows on both sides of the gate. She gives you a very imploring, "Are you sure I do not want to turn into a pincushion" look.
So, Captain of the Guard, is it? Well, then I appreciate your dedication, but unfortunately, I must utilize my own station to commandeer that order. If you will not relent to one of status, then unfortunately I will be forced to revoke your own title and have you flogged.
Alright, do you want to make an intimidation test?
Absolutely.
Alright, make me an intimidation test. At disadvantage.
Nice, that's a
Can
10.
I make it a normal roll? Oh, wait, no, it doesn't matter. I was about to say, like, Kalcash was gonna, flash the head around some more for intimidation.
Hook the head at one of the guards on the ramparts.
What the fuck?
uh,
What? How'd you do that?
Isn't that like a 1 in 1,000?
I mean, there's a whole lot of math going around, so yeah.
Yeah. They do not budge.
We got other ways, brother. We have other ways.
Fine, if you insist.
Still climbing on the drawbridge looking for a hand or foothold that I can use to jump off and climb up the stone wall itself to get into the guardhouse or whatever this
Oh, yeah.
archway thing is.
There's plenty. The problem is there's too many people here. So you could do that, but it would be very, very unlikely for you to do it unnoticed. It doesn't help that they, know you do this for fun.
Hmm. Well, I guess it is good fortune that executing you in your duty would be beneath one of my station. Continue your siege, and I shall remember your face and name for afterwards to extract the appropriate punishment.
The guy, you hear some quiet, muffled laughing on their side. They think your threats ring hollow.
Oh, what? We're punishing them? Can I choose the method of punishment, brother?
If you think it
If
is
they
more
don't believe we're serious. Kalcash literally just ignites with fire. I can always make it more serious.
fair enough.
He said, and he slams his head against the fucking eye slit. You guys know me, don't ya?
Yes, we were told
I know each of you by name.
We were told very specifically not to let you in, Kalcash.
Yeah. I fucking bet.
Is there a way for me to climb up going along the parts of the wall where there's no peepholes or whatever? Get on the roof at least.
Yes, but not without being spotted.
Even with Kalcash making a ruckus now?
Yes.
Damn.
They may be lily guards, but they're not stupid.
Okay, what if I make a distraction in the opposite place I want to go?
Maybe, but that distraction would have to require an actual battering ram with soldiers trying to break through. It depends. Do you want to escalate this to violence or not?
No, I'm not gonna escalate it to violence, but I'm gonna cause a lot of people to fucking stop doing what they're doing and focus on something else.
Don't we have a way to sneak in? Wasn't that the whole thing we were going to do?
Yeah, but that would take a little too long.
We're clearly not going to get through the front door without having to murder a whole bunch of people that are just being deceived.
Oh, I got an idea, and then Arsene goes in the bag with one hand, pulls out the fucking all the money he's accumulated, and he's like, "What if I just toss this into the sea of guards and that one Inquisitor that's behind you? Do you not think people who get paid with I don't know, 3 copper and a loaf of bread daily would go, holy shit, and then immediately clamber to the ground?"
I'm surprised.
Kalcash looks over to the entire city that's actively burning down. I feel like there's more important things going on.
I'm surprised you didn't pull out the chime of opening and be like, "How about I do this?" and then chime of opening.
And then we get shot.
Well, they don't know that's Snock.
Yeah, just a big ass chime rings out, and then we casually open the door and then get shot.
Would it even work? It's a drawbridge.
You're
It's not necessarily a door. It's a bridge that goes up and down.
There's a whole ass door.
Yeah,
it's a gatehouse. The drawbridge raises up. It's not like the drawbridge is the only thing keeping people out.
Arsene kind of just looks at you, kind of rolls his eyes for a second, sighs, and he watches it just nails on a chalkboard as he slowly slides down the fucking raised drawbridge. Gets back on the bridge. He's like, all right, fine.
All right. Smoke. And the party. Do you want to go back across the bridge to get the other way around?
Well, that's the stealthy option.
I'm all for the stealthy option.
Or we could just open up the doors and have the guards murder each other.
Oh man, you know what I could have done? I could have used disguise self on that guard who was being a dickhead in the hole. Get attention of other guards on the inside and be like, this man's an imposter. That
There's
plan's
an
gone out the
infiltrator.
window, though.
That would be funny. Unfortunately, they have their eyes on you.
Yeah.
Like, you'd have to come back in like an hour.
And if we're gonna do that, you might as well just sneak through.
So, well, what's the plan? Samuel is waiting very patiently for you.
You know, I had an idea.
You did suggest
It's not something that we could really use. It's more just like a kind of little final fuck you to our enemy, but that's just Kalcash being spiteful.
And so the question is, are we going to go around or shall we punch through them?
All right, look, even my position, I know don't do violence against the Inquisitor. It just brings too much bullshit to begin with.
True, but I do have some tension to work out.
You can use your multiple of other ways to relieve tension, Blaire.
Not on him, preferably.
Well, it would be so satisfying to see him with some new holes.
Oh, Blaire, please. I can't believe I, of all people, am having to have this discussion against somebody that's actively trying to kill me. But anyway. Can we not murder this man? Despite what you think, he can help us. And he is an ally, so to speak.
Although, if he's not... Arsene looks over at Kalcash and is like, just know if he's not, remember, he is an Inquisitor. That doesn't mean that he has necessarily deal with the direct consequences of,
No, I we put
battle.
on trial and then
So... No, I'm saying we need to make a quick escape and whatnot. Throw the head at him. Probably freaked out about it.
But it's my head.
Get you another one.
Oh, I guess.
All right, so you meet Samuel in the halfway point of the bridge. You're starting to see now a lot of guards like start pulling up like timbers and like other siege materials, and like like those movable barricades, and they're starting to move the barricades down. They're actually getting like a battering ram ready. Well, I wish our
Arsene, maybe we should use that chime. We can use our method, but the guards at least can save themselves some energy.
Yeah, you're right. I turn around, pull out the chime.
Well, let's get them all prepared first. Hello, Samuel.
Kalcash, I wish that we could do this interrogation on more favorable times, but as I can imagine, time is short.
As you can see, yes.
I'll cut to the chase. You're a Dire Knight.
Yeah.
Yeah, thought about so.
He just shrugs. Is there anybody else around?
No one that's paying attention.
Okay, he'll go. All right, good guess. Show the tattoo.
Oh,
Lower her back down.
you have remarkable. What's the word? Self-restraint for a tattoo like that.
Indeed.
Wow, just threats. That makes a lot more sense. Well, anyways.
We can do this later.
Yeah, we can do this later. But I do have to tell you something.
Yes.
I am here for a very specific reason. And I've investigated that very specific reason. And I want to make you a deal.
Okay.
Fuck everyone in there. You're going to be king. You're going to be my king.
Huh?
See, I've been
Kalcash like tilts his head to the side, like, huh?
I've been looking for a very special someone to further my interests. Now, I was given a deal with, well, Ambassador Neferidi and Yoda. Make Yoda king, and he will, pursue my interests. But I think there's something more here that supersedes those previous interests.
And
Well, I don't want to have this conversation out in public, but I am willing to back you in your deal if you can get public opinion on your side. Doesn't have to be you. But
Kalcash is rubbing his temples. We'll talk later.
how does an hour sound? Or on your way to wherever you wish to go into the tunnels.
Fine.
Excellent.
We can walk and talk.
All right, so Samuel joins your party as you Are you going to like the pirate ship? Pirate ship park.
Arsene? I'll let you take the wheel. And Kalcash is going to just run down with the Inquisitor that he is sick and tired of everyone's bullshit. All he used Zorn for was so that he can slaughter undead as he pleased without being restricted like the mortuary cult. But these powers do mean little in the current situation, and entirely are just a pain in the ass.
Arsene walks up to Kalcash, gives him a hug, puts his hand on his shoulder as he pulls back, and then just says, "Oh, don't worry, I'm cooking up something
Oh,
to
don't
get
worry,
back at
Arsene.
him." And he just watches Arsene just like knowingly gives Kalcash a couple of like very quick eyebrow raises, just showing like, "Oh yeah, what he's cooking up is some nasty shit."
Trust me, I'm going to solve some problems too. Kalcash will remove his bandages and just, while they're walking through the tunnels, use his claws to just literally claw out his Zornate tattoo.
Ooh.
Well, I'm going to ask you what you know about the ambassador and Yoda's plan.
I have a bunch of documents.
Yes, that I also have access to.
Yes.
Let's see: conspiracy to commit genocide in multiple countries, conspiracy of collusion, conspiracy of declaring war on this country and another. Uh, well, treason. That's a given. So, I'm just going to be blunt as we're walking through these tunnels and say that I want a Dianite kingdom. Some,
You know, like that makes Kalcash like full stop, huh?
oh, what, you think that I, as a mortuary cultist, don't want a kingdom where we can freely practice our ways, separate from the rest of the world?
Whatever. I'm still changing my religion. I'm fucking done with all of you people. He literally throws his carved arm into the fucking thing. I'll still help you.
Good.
Helps me kill the undead.
Well, then I guess I should explain. I believe that Sigismund evaded assassination.
Good. If I do become king, I at least need somebody to teach me what the fuck I'm supposed to do. Like who the fuck tells you people I know anything?
That you know?
Dumbasses.
That you know anything?
And the man grew up on a boat.
I know anything. I grew up on a boat. I spent a fucking year here, and everyone's like, "Oh, hey, we're in a kingdom." It's the dumbest shit I have ever heard in my entire fucking life, and yet it keeps getting spouted at me repeatedly.
Hey, if you don't want to run the kingdom, I'll run it.
No, I refuse.
I hate to state the obvious, but if you're looking for some guidance, I can offer some.
I guess you were literally raised for it, weren't you?
The likely reason that you are constantly suggested for such is due to your ignorance. You've been around here long enough to establish some claim, but not enough that you have any idea of what you're doing. Thus meaning that any advisors you have could quite easily tell you how to rule, and thus rule through you and what claim you have.
I'm immediately making laws so I can burn people alive.
Seeing like motions that like kind of like puts his elbow into Kalcash once to get his attention. Just in his hand, makes a little tiny. Use a prestidigitation to make a itty bitty little wooden Kalcash, and then a couple of strings going to his fingers tips. Jingles his fingers around, and he watches the puppet kind of just makes a little dancey moves with a little crown on its head. And he's like, "Yeah, I think this was their idea from the start. No matter who it is that's suggesting that you be king."
I was going to say that because of your ignorance, you do make an excellent puppet.
Like, Kalcash is all brass this whole conversation.
But I am going to have
Is
to.
glowing on fire, and his scales have turned to brass.
I will have to advise this, however, when the court of public opinion. You'll still have to kill Yoda for his treasonous activities, but it would be best if you make a deal with me. I have the rights and responsibilities of trying anyone in the court of public law.
You know what? Fine. Your goals matched my previous goal. Well, my goal still. I see no reason why not to help you. Though I do despise the fact.
Oh, don't worry. I also, too, do not like the situation I'm currently in. I'm currently breaking contract, you see. But that doesn't really matter right now. After all, they did just, try to commit regicide. So I'll take...
And besides, look, you're not dealing with the cultist anymore, he
Oh.
says to his still bleeding arm.
Oh, no, Zorn is quite dead.
Oh, he's already dead? Fuck.
Yes, Sigismund killed him.
Good. I still want his head, though.
Well, I'm sure we can get him out and stuffed.
Perfect.
On another note, I do have some unfortunate news.
Aye.
Well, you're just not... you haven't been aggrandizing yourself enough.
Of course.
I think we can get that handled afterwards, but in the meantime, once you subdue Yoda, I'm going to have to ask, would you rather him be on trial or dead?
Well, can we do both?
Oh, yes, we can do both. I am
Okay.
allowed to engage in limited necromancy in regards to bringing back spirits.
Oh, I might put him on trial and, kill him.
Oh, yes. Preferably that. I hate committing heresy.
Fair.
Well, then...
Arsene kind of looks over to Cash and says, "I mean, it's your call, though. Just know that you got to play it the way that any decision you make is going to have repercussions on political and non, flip of a coin and all that. It could turn out good, could turn out bad." He takes out a coin and like hands it over, like flicks it in his hand a couple of times, hands it to Kalcash, and it's one of Arsene's trick coins. And if Kalcash looks at it, it's got on both sides. It's just like a depiction of a snake's head, and then he gently like motions with his eyeballs over to the Inquisitor.
Good, because I can... I'm sure that the case of treason against them will be a shoo-in with my input. I'm going to have a lot of questions when I get back. But that's not your problem now, is it? Oh, by the way, you read all those documents, right?
As many as I could, yes.
Do you have a plan to stop them?
No, that's why I was trying to keep Sigismund alive. My plan was to try to, puppet him as much as I could. He seemed to like me greatly and listen to what I had to say.
Well, you were fire marshal.
Yeah, how well that fucking worked out.
Very well, in fact.
They burned our economy, though. They were. It's gonna take forever to recover.
See, already having kingly thoughts.
I fucking hate you.
Thank you. Now, in the meantime, I'm going to have to send some of my people over to the Temple of the Lawgivers, and I want to assist you in, well, arresting the Necromancer. Now, I have two requests of you. You already know one. I want a kingdom of, well, the mortuary cultist kingdom, all nestled up here in the mountains. The other thing I want is, you've heard of Serial, correct? Serial, the angel? His statue's in the Temple of Ascendant Rays?
Sorry, I was coughing too hard.
Oh, no trouble.
Yes, I'm aware.
I want to figure out what happened to him after the fire blight.
Can Kalcash try to remember the black record they found?
Yes.
It's been a minute, so I'm probably gonna have to roll history. So no.
No, you since you could name me the black record, you could repeat that you have a obsidian vial that had the
No, we don't have it.
yeah, you gave it to Slicks, right?
Yeah, I will inform him that we did have a black record that we unfortunately had to give to Slicks. The plan was to steal it back. However, you see how everything kind of blew up before then.
Oh yes, it was very informative when I listened to it. See, when I
Okay.
asked Slicks about your relations with him, he was very well informative considering he liked you, but he also has to run a business.
I figured as soon as gold was involved, we were fucked.
Well, more like me threatening to hang him.
Nah. Usually he doesn't. Back down from threats.
Well, there was a Naga currently strangling him to death, so
Yeah. When my father used me to set his whole place on fire, he did back down then.
yeah, threats not so much. Actions, yes. Anyways, yeah, he provided me lots of the information, including all the documents that you accrued. Very informative, those. That's why I know so much, and why I'm currently in the ethical dilemma of breaking a contract to, well, pursue my own interests.
I'm glad I told him to hold on to those.
Quite convenient.
Yeah, and I'm surprised he listened.
Yeah, he was going to sell them to whoever won this power struggle.
Yeah. But
And
ultimately, the documents would have helped more now instead of later.
exactly. So I am going to, well, take care of the lady ambassador to take her into protective custody, if you understand, due to these trying times.
Yes. Air quotes protective custody.
Yes, quite literally. I have to lie to her to ensure that she does not think I betrayed her.
Yes.
In the meantime, we will be in touch once we get to the courtroom.
Sure.
I am curious though, how are you going to handle this? Are you going to go straight to Sigismund or take care of Yoda?
Well, we don't know where Sigismund is. But if we take care of Yoda, we can at least stop this whole, motions towards the gate with the siege and shit going on.
Yep.
So it'd be wiser to do that.
Shade raises a talon or a claw.
Yeah.
Shade makes a motion for writing, and Samuel is polite enough to provide her a journal and a quill. And
Kalcash is open for charades. Damn.
all right, charades, fine then.
No, I'm joking.
Shade proceeds to take Blaire's hand and proceeds to dance with her.
Certainly heartwarming, though hard to tell if this is the best time for it.
Shay writes down that Sigismund is in his war room / ballroom.
Oh,
Ah,
where he always is.
Yes,
I would have been. Would have never guessed. Thank you kindly for this information.
like one of the only rooms that I have that's like not the courtyard.
It's gonna be so convenient. We're gonna bust in the courtyard, capture Yoda, and then go save Sigismund.
All right. So do we just want to move you guys to the courtyard then?
Unless you have a whole super expedition planned.
Nope.
Then I think that is something we could all agree upon.
It's just agreed that Kalcash and Arsene at this point have found the secret entrance.
Yeah. Uh, you've been down here long enough that this is like the back of your hand. The only things that are different is from like the recent cobalt excavations where they literally use black powder to blow up holes. All right. So let me just move you to the correct map. Which door would you like to come out of from? Because you can come in from any of the residential wings.
Okay, so the left or right?
Yeah. Or you can come
So
from like the
here's the front gate.
yeah. Or you can come through like the front gate. This is like a very basically the same.
We just sneak in behind the guy at the door that's telling the other ones, "Hey, fuck you. Hey, fuck you." Like, hey, buddy, remember me? Oh shit! How'd you get over here?
Actually, we could do something really funny with that. We sneak up behind him, Kalcash. Hey, how you doing, buddy? What? Punches him in the face. Arsene takes face.
You could do that.
Starts to escort the group in here.
You could do that and unlock the gates. So you have like an army of your own like guards with you. It would require some stealth, but I'm sure you can do it.
Oh, we are plenty stealthy, a lot of us.
All right. So what's your plan?
I like stealth in the gate.
All right. Arsene, I assume you transform into one of the guards that you saw on the rampart.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not gonna get the eyes right, so I'm just gonna put the like whatever helmet or brim of hat like down a little bit further, so it just covers most of my face.
I assume you chose a Eurasian guard to be.
Yeah.
Blaire, what's your strategy?
Alright, because we need to get through this. Yes, I'm assuming. Are we agreeing that we're trying to get through subtly? Or shall we just make an entrance and bravado our
Trying
way
to
through?
stealth the gate open, and then I believe the guards are probably going to rush in after that.
Hmm.
And then, we do our approach from there.
Well, there are two ways I could assist. I could either provide some assistance from a distance, if that's required, or if the way is otherwise occupied, I could potentially offer some form of distraction with my particular presence.
Sam leans in. Is Blaire always like this?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah, it's like Kalcash holds up his little book.
Considering my current attire is not exactly suited for stealth.
Good. I was hoping that the Naga didn't brain fucker.
What?
Oh yes, the Naga sometimes has adverse effects on people.
Yeah. I am not usually so crass, but you had best hope that I do not ever rise in station. Otherwise, I will likely spend some effort to lower yours.
That's the first time I've ever heard Blaire threaten someone.
Oh, you weren't at the gate. It was very similar, actually.
Oh, is that why I saw the guards laughing?
They will learn in time that every plant has its means of death.
I mean, yeah, well, this guy's going to learn it right now as we're stealthing up on the gate guard.
Yeah.
So
With
you just
Go ahead and make me a stealth test at advantage.
Yeah, okay, this is not gonna go well.
Oh, I mean, who?
Blaire.
Okay. Oh shit! At advantage.
Well,
Blaire, we assume that you stop. Let's assume that Shade gave you a change of clothes. You know, for the cold, wintry night conditions.
fair enough. Yeah, because otherwise, just wearing that squeaky leather suit.
Yeah. 1 second. Copy. Yep. Squeaks. Oh yeah, Blaire is wearing black leather. All right. So you
It's
find.
black leather though, like shit.
So you
You're
find
full felt up.
some
Yeah,
guard. Go on.
But yeah, but for one, it'd probably be horrifically shiny, especially in the night light.
No,
And
then it depends on the finish that they did.
do you think Blair didn't design it in a way that would draw attention?
Oh, it's those leathers. My bad.
Yeah, it's barely strong enough to be classified as armor.
Blair skimp gear. Okay, I see. I didn't realize that there was this kind of adventure.
It's Blair we're talking about.
Yeah.
The fact it's useful for adventuring is sort of secondary.
There's a reason why Mariah is always like looking at Blair disapprovingly.
Well, it doesn't surprise me that Blair is wearing it. I'm surprised that Blair is so crass as to be like not wearing their fancy clothes on top of it.
Well,
That's what Shade brought.
considering we were going adventuring, that would have been quite a waste of fine gear to trudge through the mud.
That's fair, Blair. I haven't seen a whole lot of fighting from you. Most of the time, we usually just get surprised, so you don't get a time to strip.
Correct. Now, as soon as we're done, I'll need to locate that guard from before.
So it's like some Helm's Deep stuff happening at the gate, where they're like getting like wood timbers to like brace the gate and stuff like that.
Oh, on the inside?
Yeah.
Oh.
But you start hearing some thump, thump, thump as they're hitting it with a battering ram.
The chime. just use the chime now to boost straight open.
I could. I'm gonna walk up behind the fucking guard and be like, "Hey, buddy, how you doing?"
I
Hey, do you
found
want
an
something
item there.
cool? And I just do it in his face, so it's like really loud and like deafens him.
Want to see a trick?
Hey kid, you want to see a dead body?
About to bust
It's a
this
you.
man's about to break this man's eardrums with this thing.
All right, Arsene, make me a sleight of hand test and do it without interruption.
What, you telling me it's not like a fucking like a triangle and I can't just bring it like a lunatic?
It's a long metal tube,
Oh, that's fucking gay. All right.
like the size of your hand. Hey, is that the chime of opening?
Wow, they just know that.
Hey, isn't that the city? Damn it, I didn't have a name ready for it. It was going to be like a city artifact, so they recognize it from like going through their museum.
I thought
Arsene's
you
gonna
named
take-
the ruins.
Arsene's gonna take it out without saying anything. He's gonna do that whole thing, and it's just, "Oh, is that the chime of an opening?" And he goes, "Yeah, I found it in the basement. Let's see if it works." And he's just gonna whack it against the fucking drawbridge, like without missing a beat, like nonchalantly, like a dumbass.
So the guard is like, "Hey, is that the chime opening?" Yeah, it is. Like you drop it, and you see the look of horror on his face as he realizes, "Oh shit."
Arsene's gonna look down, still playing the part, and go, "Huh, you know, I actually didn't think it was gonna be it. I thought it was just a fancy pipe I found in the basement."
And then
It's like, oh shit! I thought I was just playing jokes. I didn't think that was real.
so do you activate the spell?
Oh yeah.
So as soon as it goes cling, and then it gets louder and louder as you hear all the timbers break open and the door flies open, making a guard, like the door guard from earlier, go flying inwards.
Arsene.
What, does he land by Blair?
Yes.
Look, there he is right now, Blair.
Okay, Blair, go have your fun. Kick his ass.
Hey, buddy, we're here to flog you now.
He has 11 hit points, and he lost half of them from going flying.
Arsene is gonna pick up the chime, put it in his pocket again, and just kind of nonchalantly walk away like, I didn't see nothing.
As the gate is like broken down and it's suddenly flooded with all the guards from outside.
Okay, is anybody looking directly at me, or are they looking directly?
They're more worried about the gate that just flew open.
Okay, so they're more worried about that. I'm going to, behind my back, make a motion with my hand to be like, come on in, get the fuck in here.
Oh, they're already doing that.
Okay,
Oh,
good.
yeah.
No, so they know that I'm on their side and they're not gonna kill me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just Arsene sitting there like the door, like.
Actually, I know a good way to do this. The whole thing blows open. I turn around to look at the other guards. I just have a thumbs up, like, behind my back, like, yeah!
No, the back of your disguise shell is open to show your magenta jacket. They all recognize magenta jacket.
Yeah. Just, the front is guard, the back is Arsene. And all the guards rushing in are like, alright, Arsene, set. Oh, man.
All right, guards. Let's see how willing you are to shed the blood of your comrades on both sides. Okay. So, you know, like all the guards out there that are laying siege to the castle, they're pissed.
All the guards in here are like, not Frank, man. I like, oh no.
They're pissed because a coup's apparently happening. All the guards inside though are a bit, you know, don't want to shoot on their friends. So instead of like the ramparts firing crossbows down, they're just starting to mass surrender.
I mean, that's a smart thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, you now have like, oh yeah, I forgot. You guys remember Vac, right? Oh god, I hope I didn't get dropped by Discord.
No, you didn't. We're
Yeah,
just
we
trying to.
can-
I'm thinking. I'm like, don't.
He was from session
that was
1.
Ryan. Oh man. Let me look at him.
Hmm.
Oh, wait a second. Yeah, I remember his helmet. I thought he looked really cool, and then he never showed up again.
Yeah, he was a chasseur, like patrolling on the outside of the city. Because he's
Yeah,
a knight.
we never spent
yeah,
much time in
oh.
that area.
Yeah, he was a really cool guy. Wait a second. I think he also showed up and fucking talked to us when we fucking stabbed all those hobgoblins.
Yes.
Yeah, alright. Hey, it's Vac. Holy shit.
Kalcash! Oh, thank the gods.
Hey, bud.
You look a lot more
Adding
chill
more
than I
heads
expected.
to my pile. He holds up the fucking.
Whose head is that?
Oh, it's a lieutenant cultist. When we tried to intercept Zorn, but we totally missed his ass.
Good? I don't know what's happening. I just wrote in. I saw the fires.
Zorn attacked the city, Sigismund killed Zorn, and now there's a coup because Yoda is a backstabbing fucktard.
Okay, make me a... what test do you want to make to get this across?
Well, it'd be persuasion, but Kalcash sucks at persuasion.
Blaire. Do you want to translate for your brother?
As Kalcash does it overly bluntly.
Oh, I can't do it either. I'm too busy, like, trying to fucking screw with stuff.
I just want to roll for shits and giggles.
Okay.
Oh yeah, no, it's shit.
Oh no, he understands. Wait, Yoda? What? Why?
Oh no, he had to roll to see to understand. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know, like the necromancer ambassador's working with him, so I guess they had a deal.
That bitch? With her flesh golem?
Immortality's. Yeah, with her fucking gimp.
That bitch!
Something wanted to install a puppet state. That's all you really need to know.
Okay, he stops at that. He's like, oh, those motherfuckers.
Yeah.
I didn't fight 2 wars against those fuckers to allow them to set up a puppet state. Come on, boys, get the horses.
Look,
We're capturing Yoda alive. We're going to get him on trial.
He pats you on the shoulder as he mounts a horse.
I mean, if you kill him, it doesn't matter anyway. Kalcash thinks about it. It's like, we could actually just talk to the dead. It's whatever.
But yeah, we can put the dead on trial, but we'll try to get him alive.
Oh, yeah.
It's the prestige, you see.
Yeah. Yeah, no, we might as well get something out of this jackass doing some bullshit.
All right. So he, while Vac is starting to lead the assault of the castle, do you want to go towards the courtyard?
Might as well, since I doubt we have time for flogging.
Shade with the cat and nine tails that she just pulled out from her back. Aw.
I mean, Shade can do it. We can do other things.
Yeah, but it just doesn't feel the same if I'm not the one enforcing it.
She puts the cat and nine tails away and pats your head.
Well, what, you don't do the thing where you sit on the chair and watch and mock.
I did promise that I would be the one doing the flogging, and it would be crass of me to have someone else do it in my place.
To be fair, I believe championing is a thing.
Perhaps,
Right.
perhaps. But we can talk about states of nobility later. For now, I believe we must.
People, can we just kill these people now?
I believe we have a citadel to reclaim.
All right.
Right. While you guys are busy dealing with shit down here, I'm gonna be busy getting into the upper levels.
Into the ballroom or the upper levels?
He's gonna snoop around for. He's gonna still wearing his disguise. He's gonna puff it over to one of the walls over here. Try to get on the roof.
Yeah. You just make me an athletics test because this is about speed, not like unless you want to climb up.
Well, I can use my cat-like agility to get up there.
Yeah, fair.
And-
It is 40 feet high though.
Okay.
They made this in preparation for cats trying to climb it.
Okay.
In that case, it would be
Well-
acrobatics, not athletics.
Oh, okay. Whoops.
Athletics would be if you're running up to the top of the ramparts to get on top. There you go. Yeah,
I
that.
guess I'm taking my sweet ass time though.
Yeah, you're taking a bit longer.
It's hard to get footholds when, it's made to counteract you.
Fucking shitty brick. Fucking smooth ass mortar.
You're like, God damn it, if only I was at the other end where the fucking border was looser.
You see, like, painted on the side that the Harpy Union 101 proudly smoothed this wall.
Arsene just with like a lot of disgust in his voice. Birds. Continues to climb up the wall.
They even have like a little cartoon of like a cat face x'd out and birds laughing around it.
Hate fucking birds. I hate them.
All right, Kalcash, Blaire, Winter, you want to just go straight into the courtyard?
May as well. Kalcash will go first. Because the, 2 archers and a Kalcash.
Yeah.
Walk into a courtyard.
You awake, El?
Oh, I guess not.
I think I heard El snoring earlier.
Yeah. Oh, shit.
What?
No?
What's going on?
You're in the courtyard now. You're about to confront Yoda.
We're gonna do stuff now.
Okay, what do I need to do? What do I need
What
to
formation do
do?
you want to be in?
I guess I'll be right here. I'm an archer. I shoot people.
All right. And Vac is going to join your side, Kalcash.
Okay.
You see Yoda. He's on the other side of the fountain. He is currently surrounded by his loyal guards.
Kalcash will walk up. Hop up onto the fountain. What's up, asshat? You come to play.
Kalcash, make me a persuasion test. Or intimidation. Whatever.
It'd be more intimidation, yeah. I'll roll that instead. Slightly better, hilariously enough.
He is taken off guard by the start of these communications. You know, Kalcash, I really should have expected that. What's the insult you used for me when we first met? A deer-born skullfucker?
Oh, let me see.
Did you actually write that
Well.
down?
The first insult he ever used for him? No. No, I did not.
But it really is a shame. It would have been.
I believe I also said you needed a donkey skull instead.
Well, yes,
And I proceeded to call you asshat for an entire year.
Admittedly, that one was funny. He looks
So,
around.
asshat, would you like to come quietly? Or, he holds up the dog head, should I be adding more?
Hmm. All right. Let's see. All right. In which case, he's going to have to make a. Let's see.
Kalcash, desperately hoping it comes to a fight so he can stab this motherfucker.
Can he win this fight? Well, he can probably win against you, but he doesn't think he can win against everyone.
It's like, Blaire will slaughter everybody here. Oh, and before you get any ideas, Yoda, I don't give a fuck about honor. All that was for yucks. So if you want to play, you're going to be a pincushion real fucking quick, buddy. And who knows? I might just make you into charcoal.
You know, that's a good question. Would you make a good king? Or would you have like one of the other brats from Hammerstrom take your job?
I don't think that's for you to find out, bud.
No, but I can still kill you and ensure that someone more fitting takes its place.
Or I could just eat
Okay, I did not expect the cannibalism bit.
you. Like, Kalcash is on fire, all brass, just waiting. So come on.
Okay.
Let's see what you look like without any limbs, Yoda.
While this is going on, I need to ask a question.
Yes.
Blood.
Mm-hmm.
What roll would I need to make to throw something from this distance?
Strength test.
So, okay. Strength, don't fail me now. You failed me, strength.
Oh, no.
Where are you throwing it? Roof tile?
I was gonna throw a Molotov. Well, I can't. I don't think I'll be able to hit Yoda, but I might be able to hit these guys.
Oh, shit. I'll be right back.
Shoot, because... Alright, Oh, he's coming back. For a Molotov, it would be a Alchemist Fire. And how far can you throw an Alchemist Fire?
I don't know. Let me look that up. Okay, edition, alchemy fire. Range is 20 feet minimum, maximum 60.
Alright, so in which case, I guess you could make a throwing roll.
I don't know what that would be.
Let's check. .5e.
Okay, but it says make okay. You throw this up 2 feet, shattering on impact, make a ranged attack against a creature or object. Treating the alchemist's fire as an improvised weapon, hit the target, take 4 fire damage at the start of your turn. It damage by using its action and dexterity check to extinguish the flames. So it really wouldn't do much other than just
Yeah,
fucking piss them off a little.
make them panic because they're on fire.
Yes.
Like honestly, if like you're lit on fire and it's like a medieval age, yeah, you should like have to make a fear test all the time because you got lit on fire. Fire's scary. All right, so how are you guys enjoying the penultimate session or ultimate session?
Definitely.
It's going pretty good.
I'm already predicting the messy result.
It's fine. I'm sorry I fell asleep. I don't know. I'm just tired.
You're fine. It's about nap time anyways for me. Well, 7 o'clock is about nap time for me.
It's 6 here and I'm just
Oh, I could hit them.
out of it.
Because right now Yoda is currently going through all of his scenarios, and he's wondering if it's better to commit suicide, die by Kalcash's hand, or deliberately throw the duel so that Kalcash can get like the prestige to be king.
I mean, his options are limited.
Yeah, his options are limited. He's not going to win this fight. He knows he's going to die and get captured.
So I guess we're committing to the murder of the guard then.
You were committing to the heart of the guard.
Go send timeout.
Go, okay.
That joke was horrible and I hate you.
Okay. All right.
Also, out of curiosity, Sigismund, would he be in the upper levels, or do you think because Yoda came out of the ballroom, he probably would have secured everybody important in the ballroom as well?
So the ballroom is currently under siege as well.
Ah.
Like there's currently like actual like fights between the guards in the hallways, and it's very chaotic and confused. It seems like both sides are trying to maintain barricades in the ballroom building. No problem, Kalcash. All right, Kalcash, make me a reputation roll +3.
Okay, so 20 plus 3.
D20 +3, yes.
That'd be 7.
You know, Kalcash, I did this for the love of my country and for my brother. I spent days thinking about what I would say, what would happen if I got taken to court, or if it would go off without a hitch and I'd only have the confessional to say this. But I don't think that'll be necessary. All comes off of hokey anyways. Well then, let's go. He produces his blade.
Kalcash is all smiles.
Then
I was hoping you'd make my fucking day.
suddenly, all of his dudes behind him are on.
Yep. All right. What does it do?
I think 4, and then they got to make a dex save of a D10. Yeah, dexterity save 10 on extinguish. So on hit, the target takes 4 fire damage at the start of each of its turns. So if they can't extinguish themselves, after getting hit, they essentially take another 1d4.
All right, everyone, go ahead and roll me initiative. Right. So how much damage do they take? Sorry.
1d4. So,
Go ahead and roll me 1d4. All right.
I'm gonna roll, you piece of junk.
3, 4,
Oh.
4.
Okay then.
8.
Did I go first?
Okay. Yeah, Winter, it is your turn. It seems like it's going to be a fight.
Fighting spirit. Take aim. I don't have that feat yet, do I? Oh, I do have that feat. Okay. Take aim. Well, that's a hit.
Against 2.
Oh, about the cut off the head of the snake.
All right.
While I'm at it, I'm going to activate Action Surge and do it again.
Fortunately, I don't have any music for this situation, even though it would probably be the best time for it.
How do you like breathing through your neck?
And that would be a critical, isn't it? Because it's
That would be-
advantage.
It's that super advantage, yes.
All right. 9 plus 2, so that's 11 more damage.
Yep.
All right. Minus 11. All right, that's Winter's turn. Arsene, your go.
shit. I'm gonna use the +2 damage on that 10.
Plus 2 damage.
Yeah, I'm using the +2 damage bolts that you gave me earlier, remember?
Okay, so on the second attack.
Well, no, on the first one, I only landed... Unless they have, like, an AC of 12.
All right, so that'd be 10 points of damage. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm just shooting one of these guys.
Oh, one of those guys.
Yeah, they're on fire. Fuck you. Blam.
Okay. Yep. All right. Kalcash. It's your turn. I assume. Okay. You miss. You hit. You hit. He is definitely bloodied at this point. All right. It is now the sergeant's turn. This sergeant is going to go to here, and he is going to put himself out of fire. That takes up his action, right?
Yep.
All right. He's then slash RD20. No. 2d6. Fuck this shit. He's gonna hide in a bush.
Bitch, that's normally my job.
All right, that's one of the sergeants. This sergeant is going to charge Blaire. This sergeant is going to charge Winter. All right, Blaire. You're about to take a longsword to the face.
They are welcome to try. Ah, that might have succeeded.
All right, he is then going to use martial advantage.
Oh no.
So he does 4 slash R 2d6. All right, so he does 13 points of damage against you.
Bit of a rough start.
The other sergeant is going to attack Winter. Does that hit?
Let me pull back the screen.
In
just
Blood,
a
I don't mean to be an ass, but
Hmm?
it's as if the creature is within 5 feet of an ally.
You are correct. Necro, you only take 4 points of damage.
Whew. I apologize.
No, you are totally fine. I thought it meant like within like 5 feet of an enemy. Like, you know, like, oh, you have to be like within 5 feet of an enemy. You can't like just shoot them with like a bow.
Yeah, no, it looks like it's a
Actually, it's,
more advanced version of pack tactics.
yeah, if anything, it's the other way around, where shooting with a bow would probably be better, since you could be adjacent to an ally at all times while still hitting an enemy.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, this.
So yeah, that would hit.
Okay. 3 points of damage. Blaire,
Okay.
it is your turn.
Alrighty, which means going to need to attack him. So we'll pull out the eliminating whip and attempt to slash him up.
Yeah, that hits.
Alright. Ooh, 8 slashing, doing good damage.
He is very bloodied and bleeding. Do you have another attack you wish to do?
Fortunately, I'm not a high enough level to get extra attack. I don't want to use action surge just yet, so I think that shall be the end of my turn.
All right, it's now the guard's turn. Guard is going to go here. He is going to put himself out of fire. Or 2d6. Oh, he's still in the fight. All right, then these guards are going to... Let's see if they can see where that attack came from. No, that's the wrong one. There we go. All right. All right, the other 2 guards. Oh my god.
You don't see shit.
Yeah, they don't see shit. Oh. That was dumb on me. That was dumb on me again. Alright. Lantern. Just before the lantern. Alright, Blaire.
Do they have advantage on that attack?
They haven't made an attack yet.
Oh no, that's perception. For some reason, I thought that was an attack.
Alright. So, we're going to start with the guard that's going to attack Kalcash. He takes his spear and he tries to stab.
No.
Why? He does 10 points of damage against Kalcash. All right. And then the guards on the left here. Nice. That guard's earning his pay. They're going to use a heavy crossbow against Blaire. The other one, no. Okay, let's see if they hit it friendly. No, they just miss. The ones on the right, shooting at Winter. Winter, does a 16 hit?
Oh, Yes, the 16 hit.
9 points of damage.
Weird. That's weird. Why would 16 hit? I mean, meets beats it. Oh, I don't have my armor attached. That's a 15 either way. Okay. Okay, 9 points of damage.
All right. And let's see if they hit a friendly. No, they missed their friendly. All right. All right. The two guards against the in melee against Blaire. Spear. That's one hit.
Oh, that one hit.
4 points of damage. And then the one against Winter. Spear. Nope. Vac. Okay, Vac. He gets here for Blaire, and he shouts to Kalcash, "For the honor of the kingdom!" And he proceeds to give you, Kalcash, leadership for 1 minute. For the next minute, you add a D4 to attack rolls and saving throws. And then he is going to take his greatsword and he's going to attack the Vaktar Sergeant. Inflicts 9 points of damage and kills him. He is then going to attack the Vaktar Guard and misses. Alright, it is now Yoda's turn. Yoda is going to take his greatsword and he is going to cast leadership on the other sergeant here for 1 minute. And is going to cast greatsword. Yes, he is casting greatsword.
I mean, he's a Haxmastare. all of them cast spells.
He fails to cast Greatsword.
He misses.
Yeah. Kalcash has an AC of 20.
He attacks again.
And that's why it's such a fucking miracle that he goes down every time, but he does.
Everything just keeps finding its way into your wounds, almost as if you are
Because
destined
he's
for
a
death.
crit man.
He's a crit magnet.
Almost as if he has dedicated himself to death.
Not anymore, he's trying to get past that. But he still has to ask the girlfriend to set him on fire. You know how it is.
And look, now that you are trying to make a change in your life, things seem to be making a change in the world.
God damn it. Alright. Oh, shit.
Winter, it's your turn.
Okay, so which one of these guys looks weakest?
They all look equally strength except the sergeant. The sergeant looks slightly tougher.
I guess I'll start with the weaker guys first to get down the numbers that are bringing attacks. And guy to the north of me.
All right.
How's he looking?
He is bleeding heavily.
Okay, I'm going to use my bonus action for a second hand attack, which removes something, but maybe I'll give enough damage that's worth it.
All right. He looks pretty bad.
Damn, I needed one more point, didn't I?
No, 2. Close, though.
Close. All right.
Arsene.
Well, that's much I could do.
Are you shooting the guard or Yoda?
I was gonna shoot the guards, because I know this is Kalcash's fight. Basically, that's my turn. I gotta go. I will be back later. By the time you guys are done that, session will be over.
Don't
So,
worry. I'm going to say that for that natural 1, you drop your pistol, so you have to go grab it again until you get back.
all right.
All right, Kalcash. Have a nice night. Have fun, Ben.
All right. Continuing the stabbing. That's a no.
Yeah, his plate armor absorbs the attack.
Did the punching.
Nope. Yes. And are you punching him lethally?
Non-lethally.
With one last final blow to the face, he collapses, dazed and confused.
Can Kalcash snatch his helmet and then hold it up
Yes.
as a sign to try to intimidate the rest?
You may make me an intimidation test
All right.
at
Sick.
advantage.
All right. Even sicker. That was horrible.
Slash R 2d6 minus 1. Alright, so the guards on the left, they look cowed. The guards on the right, they look like they'll still fight. Facing Blaire, they look like they'll still fight. But the ones facing Winter look cowed as well.
So basically, this entire side gave up.
They haven't given up, but they look like they're about to give up. They need to roll a 10. Did I do -1? Sorry. That should have been +1. So yes, these guys do give up.
Okay. Oh wait, would the 8 also be a 10 as well?
It'd be a 9.
Well, no, it'd be a 9 if it rolled flat. Because it's a 5 and a 4, then +1 would
Yes,
be
you are
10.
correct.
That's a,
Apparently, they really like that sergeant, the ones that are facing Blaire. Blaire, it's your turn.
Alrighty. Let's go and finish off the one that was dealing with Vax.
That's a miss.
Shame.
All right, the Vaktar guard is going to attack you. Both of them.
Makes sense. Okay.
9 piercing damage.
Ow.
It is now Vax's turn. Vax is going to, well, be Vax and great sword time. I said great sword time. There we go. Yeah, I'm just going to... Oh. This guy is now heavily bleeding. Let's see. 2d6. And he surrenders. Alright, it's now Captain Yoda's turn. Captain Yoda's unconscious on the pavement. Winter, it's your turn. Oh, wait. Yeah, these guards surrendered as well. Yeah, it's your turn.
Okay. So, who is still fighting? This fucker?
Yeah.
That's just this guy right here?
Yes.
Well, I've been trying to decide if it's worth trying to talk him down or just kill him. I'm flipping a coin. Heads? I'm trying to kill him. Tails? I try and talk him down. Listen, dude. Everyone else has surrendered. Save your life.
Alright, he surrenders. And that's everyone.
Well, since you asked, okay.
Blaire, how badly are you hurt?
It's a significant wound, but not one that cannot be survived.
Well, that's combat.
Hey, Blaire. You want to know what's funny? Everyone kept giving me their health potions, but I never drank mine, and Kalcash will give Blaire a health potion.
You are too kind, brother. Here, what level is your potion?
Just a standard health potion. Potion of healing.
Alright, so just a solid 26, I think it is.
2d4 plus
Oh.
2.
That, ooh, nice. Completely negates that last spear I just took. Now that the guards have been properly dealt with, I believe we need to secure the throne proper. Would you not say?
Yeah. Vec, I believe you and your men can handle rounding these assholes up.
You believe correctly.
Alright, thanks, Vec.
No problem.
Oh, and do make sure to keep that one alive. Pointing at whichever guard I had threatened prior.
What, the gate guard or the one that you threatened that you would kill them?
The gate guard.
Yes.
I believe that was the gate guard.
No, you got the gate guard earlier.
But we didn't flog him yet.
Not
That's
yet.
the whole point.
Yeah, because assuming we just knocked him out.
All right, so you're heading towards the ballroom?
That's the plan.
Okay.
I'll just group us up for convenient teleportation.
Do-do-do-do-do.
Everybody bunch of blood. Oh look, hey, Vac's here anyway.
Yeah, unfortunately,
What's up, Vac? It's fine.
No, I'm his brother,
It's just
Cac.
funny. Oh shit. Damn, that's crazy.
So, how do you want to get past the barricades? Because you're still being kept at the barricades.
Okay, so we actually don't. What do the barricades look like? How strong are they?
Stacked furniture.
Like,
I'm assuming you're about to ask if they're made of wood or not.
Yes, they are made of wood.
like, Kalcash is like taking his fingers, poking him, and go, "Can I please?" No, I'm not allowed to do it, but you know, it's kind of emergency situation, and you know, if it's a little weaker, we might be able to break it easy. You know how it is. just a little bit. I'm not gonna get a mace, am I?
Do you want to try to convince the guards to let you pass? Because it's not going to take you long to like take the barricade down. It's just that you probably don't want to get stabbed by the guards.
Oh yeah, that's right. So Kalcash is still in full murder mode. that he forgot these are actually allied.
Yeah. With this, it's slowly spreading around the citadel that you beat the shit out of Yoda.
Okay.
It just hasn't reached the ballroom yet because it's kind of in the center of everything.
Kalcash will walk up to like whatever gaps in the barricade. He's gonna hold up Yoda's helmet. You know, hey, I kicked his ass, like pointing at it. Can we come in?
Make me a persuasion test. They're understandably a bit jumpy.
Yeah, and Kalcash will also hold up the lieutenant dog's head, like I got him too. I know he did better, but it's
I-
part of
I-
my collection now.
I know you've never seen or heard about this guy, but I got him.
He's a random guy. Like, he has nothing to do with this current situation, but he's an asshole, and I killed him, and he's here now.
So they recognize you, Kalcash. Unfortunately, you're going to have to wait because they don't want you getting next to the king.
That's fine.
They don't want anyone getting next to the king.
That's fine. It's totally understandable.
So you basically have to wait an hour until the word finally gets back to Sigismund that you beat the shit out of Yoda, and you are both you're all granted an audience. At which point the barricade is mostly coming down. There is now currently talk about if they even have enough jail cells to put all the guards in. So yes,
Nope, that's why we use them as workers.
yes, you should now work in the mines for the next 4 years.
Yeah.
That's pretty light
No,
for treason.
repairing the fucking sewage system. And then the mines.
That's pretty light for like treason. Oh, they also have to fight in the mines.
Yeah, no,
It's not just mining.
there's plenty of shit down there.
All right, yeah, you're free to enter now.
Why does this person look familiar? I feel like I've seen this person before.
Which one?
This person.
Because they were a bodyguard. Their class is a Voktar bodyguard. They're templates.
Yeah, that's why. It's the the Landschneck outfit.
Yes.
It reminded me of the bandit leader.
Yeah, that's it.
And I went, why the fuck is she here? It's the most random spot for her.
Yeah, I got this like totally legitimate job guarding the king. Yoda gave it to me. Wait, what do you mean Yoda was traitor? What do you mean he was planning on killing me?
Oh no. Oh shit. Oh fuck, it's Kalcash. This is even worse.
No, it's just a Landsknecht. It's just a foreign mercenary, essentially.
Fair enough.
Which,
funny enough, given the internal coup. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's almost like bodyguards were foreigners for a reason.
Yeah. Like, oh, you paid me? Well, I'm here now.
That's good enough reason for me to stay.
I assume it's okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay.
They will have you stop like between them.
Oh, this is the line?
Yeah, that's the line. Wait, how far is your dragon breath?
Potentially 30 feet.
All right.
Let me draw a line. Okay, all right, so...
They're going to have you stay at like the center of the sun.
Fair. You know what, that's fair.
Sigismund he doesn't look like badly wounded, but he does look wounded. Like he has like a big fat split lip. His eyes are bloodshot. He has like phlegm and like vomit around the corners of his mouth. His armor is colored stained in yellow.
Oh shit. It's sorry to relate. Obviously, Zorn wasn't there, like he says, holding up the dog head.
I assume that's one of his lieutenants you were talking about?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Is that all of them, then?
It should be.
Good. And Yoda?
He's unconscious and apprehended waiting trial.
I never thought this would come in my day. This is
The only thing that's left is the ambassador.
Oh shit, that's the person to cast Cloud Kill. No wonder.
Do you know where she might be?
No. The last I saw of her was when I used turn evil.
Ha. Oh shit! I wish I was here.
It was,
Oh,
ironically enough, the only spell slot I had unused. Well, I really wish I didn't have to deal with a coup, but I guess it's a good thing I'm retiring. They don't want me to retire now, do they?
well, ultimately, you retiring is upon you.
He grimaces. No, it's for the good of the kingdom. Okay. So, are you just here to report that in, Kalcash? How is the
Oh, and
city? I need to ask that, actually.
yeah, Kalcash will report what he saw. Pretty much just give a full report.
Uh, oh no. Well, it could have been worse. Buildings can be rebuilt, products can be regrown, but if we lose our population, it would have been a lot worse. Good job, Kalcash.
At least did what I could.
Yep. Honestly, having a lot of textiles just hanging about probably didn't help with the textile district.
They weren't going anywhere, yeah.
I wish I had a big speech prepared for you, but, well, I'm kind of just numbed at the fact my own brother tried to kill me.
Yeah. He tried to spout some shit, but I wasn't really going to hear any of it.
Yeah, he's not one for, like, speeches.
No. And when he says, "Oh, it's for the good of my brother," and he tries to kill his own brother, it's
I mean, if
point's
he
kind of mute.
hit just a few inches higher, he would have decapitated me. Uh, Unfortunately, he missed. Well, for him. He holds up his, like, bisected wizard hat. Oh, by the way, Zorn's dead.
Yeah, I heard. A little disappointed, but good riddance to bad rubbish.
Well, where's that Inquisitor? I'm going to be pressing
Uh,
charges against a necromancer right about now.
the Inquisitor is already at the Temple of Law, getting all of that prepared right now.
Well, good. This isn't good, Kalcash. It's going to be war.
Yeah, it really is.
Well,
But we can kill them. We can find a way.
I guess so. Well, if you excuse me, I'm going to, well, have my room checked out, and then I'm going to take a big nap.
I'll do my best to continue the hunt.
He nods. Oh, and tell Samuel, or whatever his name is, to come meet me as soon as possible.
Of course. And it's good to see you well.
As you, as well, Kalcash.
Well, like Kalcash, as well as you can be.
I mean, as well as you can be. He points to, like, your big, like, now pecked away chest that's bleeding.
Yeah, and also his arm that's bleeding.
Yeah.
It's like we had a tattoo underneath that. Like that's weird. That's it.
Yeah.
He's just not wearing bandages anymore.
Yeah. Awkward silence ensues as he says,
Yeah. Well, wait. Yeah, I believe he has to have someone else go get his room checked.
yes.
Like Kalcash is looking back towards. You guys got anything to say, Blaire?
What is there to say in this situation?
And that's kind of why I'm sitting here. Like I don't know.
The awkward situation of surviving a double assassination and coup.
To know that those we trust be the most dangerous is something I hope never is occurrent. we'll have to make sure we properly weed out those nearby once we have a chance to breed.
Do you mean breathe?
Eh,
That's what I said. What did you hear?
Sigismund is slowly covering his face as he starts laughing or sobbing. You can't tell.
Oh fuck!
I
Oh
understand
my
that
god!
I understand that your condition is a bit grave and that you might not be as resolute as you might normally be, but I would ask that you let us know if your condition is too severe to properly handle the situation.
Well, who survived?
A handful of guards, as well as some untoward individuals.
Oh, actually, a large amount of people actually.
I guess
Most of our fight led to surrenders, as well as the initial charge into the castle by Vac and his men.
Oh, Vax alive?
Yes.
Eddie's with you?
He's currently securing the captives, correct.
Okay. At least I have Vac. He looks around unsure now. I was really looking forward to retirement.
Now, if you're going to pick a replacement, as soon as you're capable, it would be best to arrange for someone who can be trusted, someone who has proven they can handle themselves during deleterious circumstances.
That's a good point, Blaire.
Drain in air.
I was already planning on one of the Hammerstrom kids to be my heir.
And where are they again?
Currently, last I know, they were. I don't know. I've been kind of busy.
Not here.
Not here.
So the Citadel and its people are in danger, and the Hammerstrongs are absent. How curious.
All right, Falskog, do you know where they are? No. Curious thing indeed. Although it's not like you were here immediately either.
No.
True, but we came as soon as we were capable, as soon as we were aware of the danger. In fact, not to portray ourselves too indignantly, our original efforts were to hope to encounter the assault prior. Whether or not we were too slow or misled is a different question.
Well, your tips about there possibly being a spy, and also about the underwater tunnels, proved to bear fruit, and we managed to head off their primary assault through a countermine. Unfortunately, Zorn used some sort of teleportation ability to get right to me.
Huh?
That's quite some potent magic if my studies are not inaccurate.
Indeed. I think he used one of the city's ancient relics for that.
That would confirm with what we have discovered, that he was storing quite a few relics.
Pretty much anything he could find.
Sigismund realized, like, oh, he used potions of mist form. That's how they got in the. Ah,
There's little ways to
yes.
prevent that.
Yeah, and they did plenty of snatching. Like Kalcash will hold up the alchemy jug, just like take it from Arsene's pocket and hold it up. Like, yeah, random national treasure. Ooh, pretty. Put it.
Is that Cathane's Bane?
Amongst other things we have found upon his little campsite.
Well, I want some wine. Do you want some wine? Sire, you shouldn't be. No, I want some wine.
Well, it would be insubordinate of us to deny a king what he wishes.
For dignity's sake, I'm going to have to ask you to take the first swig, of course.
If you insist.
Yeah.
Hate to sound like a broken vial here and like being paranoid, but Felix
Brother,
around. So you all like,
That's why we warned you.
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
yeah, brother, would you mind pouring me one?
sure.
They take out the
Kalcash will
fine
sit there and
china
hold it up.
like that's used for like state like meals, for, like ambassadors.
Kalcash is used to dealing with magical objects because he was hawking them as a smuggler. He's like, just wine, pulls the one cork. Because you gotta call the name.
All right, alchemy jug.
Starts pouring everybody out.
5e. Let's see.
Make
12
sure you pull the
pounds.
right one. Don't want to have a cup of mayonnaise.
Okay, and it can only give out like that amount a day.
Yeah, that amount of day. And it can, is because you called wine, it can only pour wine for the day.
Yeah.
I know, because Pip ran around with an alchemy jug, but funny enough, he only ever used it for wine.
He only ever used it to get drunk. Yeah.
Yeah, because, goddamn, Tao Xiao forced him to drink.
And Tao Zhou was like, "Wait, you have unlimited wine? Come on, brother."
Depends on your definition of unlimited.
No, that's Cathay in Spain. I don't think I've ever seen it go empty.
Well, then, if assuming we don't need to round up the rest of the city, then perhaps we could enjoy ourselves and celebrate our defeat of the rebellion.
All right, Kalcash, Blaire, go ahead and make me a Constitution save.
Oof.
It turns out it was poisoned. No.
Surprise!
like,
Well, I mean, technically yes, but I'm not. I don't think that's what you meant.
Kalcash, you take one big gulp, and then you fall down unconscious.
It's just fucking from all the bullshit.
Yeah, from all the bullshit, like your system suddenly has the shock of like your like lost blood. You lost a lot of blood. You traveled overnight to get here, had a big fight, and now you're unconscious, just snoring.
Oh, I
Blaire,
guess he relaxed. I guess he relaxed a little too much.
Blaire, you're now just pleasantly tipsy.
Wonderful. We should probably inform his fiancée about this before he disgraces himself.
Mazel tov, as Sigismund pours himself like a generous portion of wine. Blaire, Kalkash. The wine is a very sweet and fruity melody of a white vintage. You think it is champagne, or this land's version of champagne.
So I was about to say, if this is just an unlimited alchemy jug,
Yes.
could actually just like focus production into selling like files of acid, because those things sell for a fuck ton of gold.
Now, assuming you don't want to crash the economy.
Yeah, assuming you don't crash the economy, assuming you can get all the glass files you can.
Yeah, it's only like small amounts. You do it properly.
And also,
Just
another
like, look,
option
it's
is,
like a large supply, or
It turns out it was locked up and not used often for a reason.
or we could host wild and extravagant parties and accept minor donations to replenish the supplies. And
Why?
unknowingly that, well, since we are spending our wine, it would be nice if they could be generous in turn with our generosity. We just wouldn't need to tell them that our supply comes from thus.
Oh,
Yeah.
you're thinking about casking it. I see. So, with what
Huh.
preservatives?
Well, That's an excellent question. We'll have to figure that out at some point.
Your wine turns into vinegar.
Kalcash is sitting there like, I have to talk to some dwarven clerics.
True. Though if we serve it on site, it could be fairly quick. Just occasionally taking it out to, quote, refill it.
It's just a person sitting inside of the keg, pour it into like a bowl, and someone's just like, fatting it out from a tap.
All right. Blaire, is there anything you want to discuss while Kalcash is unconscious?
So I understand things are difficult for now, and that perhaps now is an unfortunate time to discuss matters of state, but I'm assuming we'll need to have future plans on how to stabilize.
Sigismund like rubs his eyes and takes another like deep swig of wine.
If you wish to save these conversations for later, I would not deny you your right as liege,
Our big
but I
problem
would.
is money.
Hmm,
We've lost 3 cities. The the capital has been badly damaged, and it turns out that we're possibly going to have a giant trade war, if not actual war, with all of our neighbors.
that is difficult. It. Yeah, so the question is, what is the more pressing concern? The war or the income?
As much as it pains me to say, I am willing to overlook my attempted assassination for peace.
Hmm,
Blaire, I do not believe he has been told about the conspiracy to ethnically cleanse like the Umlani from other countries and relocate them to
No,
the
no,
Black
no,
Mountains.
no. He does.
Oh, he does?
Kalcash handed them those paperworks like literally before they went off to go kill Zorn,
Good.
assuming he had time
and
to
like
read them, of course.
Assuming he had
also
time to read them.
that's when he knew about the spy, because that's what was in the paperwork.
Yep.
Fair enough.
Because the problem is, Blaire, we don't have an army or a navy capable of winning the war.
You are correct about this.
So the question is, what do we do to recover enough so that our entire country doesn't go into civil war when we have 30 different cultures and 30 different people groups and 30 different Umlani all vying for the same space?
That is certainly difficult, and perhaps I am being a touch defeatist, but it may be impossible to keep the fighting from erupting. But if I've learned anything in my time is that battle is not unwanted, but the direction of it is what is important. If we can somehow direct the fighting of these various people towards our own ends, then we may be able to benefit from their directionless rage.
So I see 4 solutions, and that's either expansion, rebuilding, developing, or preparing. That would be the most humanitarian of the options.
Yes. Expansion is the most obvious. We have plenty of land to exploit and develop. Whether or not that would be able to turn a profit in the short time before the war would be upon us is a more concerning issue.
He winces. The army is overstretched as is.
True. And any developments we would make would be poorly guarded, if at all.
Well, not if we focus all of our efforts on expansion and development of the armed forces.
True. And we do have some individuals who have an understanding of martial prowess and could possibly use their efforts to educate a new legion of soldiers, I believe is the term.
But where will the soldiers come from?
And that is the question.
Our
Have to
population is driven to the extremes because of our already precarious security situation and previous wars.
True. If we drill everyone, we'll be lacking in those to handle other issues related to war.
Well, I'll have to sleep on it.
True. But if I'm not mistaken, you mentioned other options. I'm assuming you are loath to mention them directly.
We could fight. We could just completely strip our borders for all of our neighbors here in the Black Mountains, reinforce the Valorans, and we make a preemptive war of it. The death ride of all death rides, as it were. Attractive
That
only
is
in the fact that it will grant me a swift death.
that is quite the gamble if I have ever heard one. If it were to work, we would be in a position that would be enviable by all. We would make quite the name for ourselves and possibly push ourselves to the top of the, well, for lack of a better term, like the game of war. But you are correct in the idea that the chance that we win is quite slim, and we are likely to break ourselves should we leave our borders.
So that's the most attractive option to me, but it's also the most selfish.
True. And right now, keeping our leadership as is ideal, since a new regime would be problematic in the best of times. And right now, the people need a face that they've come to trust and can respect.
There is the option of rebuilding.
That would be ideal, but would certainly not be cheap.
No. And then there leaves developing our economy and progressing our ability to fight the war. Or at least resist in some manner.
Now, I'm assuming that would likely throw even more power to the Valorans.
Indeed, but they are currently our only ally.
True. There are few we can call upon, as I suspect that the wider clans may be a bit preoccupied at the moment with their own struggles.
Wider clans?
Yes, such as the Eurasians and the Alborns.
How about we sleep on this, Blaire?
That is fair.
I'll summon you next week.
When next week comes, I shall hope to be around.
Make sure that Kalcash is there as well. I won't have to. We're going to require his input.
Yes, as unexpected as it is, he might be the only one who can save us.
All right. Winter, is there anything you want to do?
Sorry, I was muted because I keep having some sort of feedback problems. Not particularly. I've done my job. I fought by your sides. I'm making money. Hey, I heard something about you need someone to train people. I'm a good archer. I could train people. Other than that, nothing comes to my mind.
All right. We're going to go back to Skarrest map. All right. So as the next day dawns, I can tell you the. Where is it? Ah, there we go. Locations that will burn down / have burned down. So, starting from a population of 14,228 people, there was a total casualties of 1,481 people dead. The slums received no damage and no casualties. The government district, which was checked, received no damage and no casualties. The Citadel received no damage and only minor casualties from the fighting. Apartment housing, this apartment housing, received only minor damage and few casualties, 227. The Lawgiver Temple and the apartments there received no damage and no casualties. The Textile District burned to the ground. Out of a population of 1,582 died. The High Market was burnt to the ground, and out of a population of 500, 182 died. Low Market is fine. North Suburbs, these suburbs, are fine. South Suburbs received minor damage, was damaged with only minor casualties, 99 killed. The City Watch in the direct north was damaged with minor casualties, 66 people died. And the Valoran holdings were badly damaged with medium casualties, losing 202 people. And the warehouse district received minor casualties and was damaged with a death toll of 123. So your population is intact, so it is possible to rebuild. Inquisitor Samael proceeded to... Alright. Come on.
Really, Sam? Like, come the fuck on, Sam.
Okay, he did manage to capture the Necromancer. He was trying to trick her to think that he was still on her side, but she didn't buy it, so he just had to beat the fuck out of her.
Okay.
Yeah, it was very funny because right before the session, I made combat rolls, and because both Yoda and Sigismund were wearing plate armor, they couldn't hurt each other. And Sigismund used and the Nefertiti ambassador used Cloud Kill on him to try and weaken him, but he succeeded in his Constitution save, and then proceeded to use Turn Unholy against her, which she failed, so she retreated. So they were just basically beating the crap out of each other, until for a ridiculously long time, to the point that I was like, okay, by this point, Sigismund's bodyguards will have come to help him.
Sigismund earning his place as king.
Yeah. Turns out I made Sigismund CR8 and Yoda CR3.
Yeah, makes sense. Like, we had to fight Yoda, but, if Sigismund wanted to fucking kill us, then, he was going to fucking kill us.
Yeah. All right. I was trying to wait for Arsene to get back, but I don't think Ben's going to get back in time.
Maybe.
All right. So I'm going to reconvene in the ballroom. I'm just going to delete all the blood stains because they're going to clean all that blood.
What are you doing?
Delete, 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 delete. All right, tokens. You are no longer unconscious. Everyone go ahead and make me a long rest, if you want.
Understood.
And does anyone want to send a letter to Mariah and Mirinda to get back with all the gold and stuff?
It'd be a good idea, yeah.
Well, if no one else will do so, I happen to have a assistant who could handle most of that.
Are you going to be sending what's her face? Girl. What's her name?
You
Characters.
have to be a little more specific. There were a lot of girls in this area.
Arnora.
Considering where it is, that's probably not for the best.
All right. So are you sending Shade then?
That would be ideal. They could take the quickest route and is unlikely to be intercepted, as this is an important message, since if we can consolidate our wealth, that'll be a great step up in the rebuilding effort.
Okay. So, in the next morning, you are asked all to reconvene with Sigismund in the ballroom.
All right.
And you're also invited to come up to the table because after reading all the reports, Sigismund believes he can trust you both, or all four of you.
Glad to know we are important enough to sit at the table proper.
It looks like he did not get any sleep last night.
Unsurprising.
His wife has not left his side.
I doubt any of us will be getting a great deal of sleep in the near future.
Unfortunately true. Well, I called all of you here. Did I bring it back to the map? I did not bring it back to the map. What was I
No.
doing?
Yelling at us?
Yes.
From across the room.
Arsene's busy stealing silverware. All right, I'm having you both here because I know I can trust you both, and this is your investigation. In regards to Lady Nefertiti's interrogation and trial. As the originator of the conspiracy to assassinate me, it would ultimately be under my power to determine the extent of her punishment. Now, I would love to kill her. Unfortunately, she is still a diplomat.
Hmm.
And since you and your brother, both of you and your brother, are likely going to be at least on the advising council to whoever is the actual replacement for myself, you'll be dealing with the consequences.
That does bring us to a particular issue about how this is to be handled.
We could. So there are options. We can ransom her.
We could use the money, and it would help smooth over relations with our future foes,
We can ransom.
potentially delaying the war.
We can ransom her publicly, or we can ransom her privately. Doing so publicly would be more. Um, there's very, very many options. That is why I'm laying them out for you, since you will be dealing with the fallout.
True. To do so publicly would be more of a political move, helping us secure our position. But to do it privately, especially to hide the stain that might come from it, we might be able to negotiate a higher ransom. And more money would definitely be more beneficial to our rebuilding efforts.
With Inquisitor Samuel here, this does give us the option of persecution without insulting the gods by violating sacred hospitality.
Hmm. Oh, I'm assuming my brother has some thoughts about prosecuting necromancers.
I do, but ultimately from the perspective of the kingdom. If we were to kill her, it would ultimately start the war off far sooner, and we would have little time to prepare.
But they would also be caught unawares. And there's no guarantee that they would declare war immediately over the matter.
Still, it is an act of war.
So is attempted assassination of a monarch.
It is.
Sure. If we were to commit to this execution, we would need to solidify our case quite well to ensure that we do not, what's the word? Casus belli our foes.
Indeed. If we do so with a clear and fair trial, I have little doubts that she would be found guilty, and we could succumb to the advised ruling of the lawgivers. Execution, obviously.
That would certainly satisfy many folks
It would
to
satisfy
see.
Myself included.
it would satisfy honor, and it would be a public display that we have fairly dealt with a matter. There would be very little reason uh, for her host government to be angry publicly.
And the people could use some uplifting natures, specifically seeing the enemies who've torn their lives asunder and having their heads roll.
Especially considering that one of their own will be on trial as well, with my brother.
Yes, that will definitely make it a harder sell, as awful as his treachery was. Yoda did make an effort to ingratiate himself with the people.
Um,
So, if we're going to execute him for his treason, we're going to need to flavor it in a way that is as tasteful as possible for the people.
so those are the two trials that we have to worry about. So what are your advisements? If you want time to think about it, you obviously do. It will not be happening until next week.
Oh, considering my reputation for speechcraft and the fact that it is only morning, I would recommend that my dear brother speak first of his opinions before I take the floor for myself.
I believe that we should put them both on trial. They'll both likely be executed. I'm sure.
Sorry,
I personally, we don't need this filth here.
make an
Quicker it's dealt with, the faster we can get back to be rebuilding
example
and
met.
getting the country back on track.
An example met for both of them.
Indeed.
If the
Traitors and outsiders alike. Those coming in will have an example, and those from out will have an example. And if that doesn't do enough, we can always find a symbol for the people to back behind.
if the pharaoh were to approach us and offer a sizable reward for what's the word, sparing her life in exchange, how much should we ask for if we accept?
Mhm.
The ambassador was but a member and tool of a much larger faction. We cannot stop them, but we can impede them, possibly.
Blaire looks like he's going to speak up, but looks to Kalcash first for permission.
Kalcash motions.
Well, if we were to be bribed to stay our execution, then I would think it is only fair that at the very least we are rewarded for our mercy more than a ransom would be. So if we are aware of what they would typically offer a ransom for someone of her station, then we would perhaps choose to double it. Something that would make them resistant to wanting to spare their agent and allowing our assistant to progress. But if they did choose to go through with their bribe and decide to render our judgment moot, then we would still have a significant windfall that we could use to build up our forces.
So is that a yes or a no?
Overall, I have a. How do I say this politely? I'm disdain the idea of being bribed out of proper justice, but I've come to have enough pragmatism to understand that if we can secure the appropriate funds, then we may be required to accept it.
So if we convict her, then they would pay at most half price to imprison her themselves. Essentially, we can get more for quietly letting it slip, or we can get paid less but abstain her death.
Hmm. And if that is the case, then it seems to be a simple solution. We either accept the money and ship her and silently ship her away, or we execute. To get paid less in exchange for changing our mind seems distasteful.
That's politics.
Indeed.
Correct.
I
So
believe the executions will show a stronger stance.
yes, it does boil down to that. What do we need more? Standing or currency?
Morale.
Indeed.
Then, in that case, which would buy
You
us
gotta
more
remember,
morale?
though, we've
The
been walking
execution.
the slums. You've seen the look of those people, how they
Yes,
struggle. And I even told you of the family that I've met,
you did.
those that I've saved a year ago, and how they struggle. They need something to stand behind, something to uplift their souls.
Yes, and unless we can divert the funds to assist them directly, the execution is likely our best bet for mass appeal.
What we need now is to unite the people, now more than ever.
Indeed.
So how much should
So
we
if we are
unveil
strong,
of her
no,
conspiracy?
okay,
Sorry.
That's an excellent question. Overall, we should not cause undue panic, but we do wish to extend the knowledge that if they were to remain alive, she would actively work towards bringing down the very civilization that the people have worked so hard to uphold.
So we execute her for regicide, but we don't mention her attempt to inundate us with refugees.
That would be for the best. As problematic as this wave of refugees will be, I don't wish to encourage violence amongst locals and foreigners. We're going to have enough issues when wartime comes. We don't need our people clawing each other's throats open.
there's already going to be some hatred towards the refugees, with all supplies being low and stretching thin. Letting them know about this and that it's a plan from a foreign agents could lead more ire towards the refugees. When we can instead try to get the refugees to work for us. Have them join our empire. Help them grow us. Make them feel welcome instead
Yes,
of just being refugees.
yes, that is a good point. The refugees is certainly a great deal of bodies, but if they make it here, they'll likely have some endurance to have survived their trek.
Indeed.
Perhaps if I may be so bold, Your Majesty, we might be able to utilize that to supplement a different problem we have in regards to our mustering forces.
I was thinking something similar, but I did not think that the people would be accepting of so many foreigners. Do you think we can do so over a longer period of time?
Well, training is definitely going to be difficult, and by its very nature, to train proper soldiers and not just town guards or militia, they're going to need to be trained in warfare and various weapons and tactics.
I was thinking of something more simpler. That is assimilation.
True. Perhaps if we can put in their mind that they're fighting for a land that can be their own, then we might be able to get some loyalty within them.
And how should we bring people here? I doubt us just saying, hey, you're about to be, well, ev- evicted from your homes and sent here anyways, why not come early, would be very passable among the various nations.
Something we need to rebuild. If we can, make ourselves seem welcoming.
Well, there's plenty of unused land. I'm sure we can advise that we are still accepting refugees in exchange for them cultivating land.
Indeed.
True.
We
And
The land is dangerous. We can try to work towards.
and if we that's a fair point, brother. If we emphasize the danger that these lands have when it comes to claiming it, perhaps they'll be eager to learn ways to defend themselves and their kin. And if we happen to offer them a means to obtain that information for a short bit of service, then they can utilize the training and experience that we can give them to then claim land of their own.
Indeed. That's one way of going about it.
So we dilute our current power structures by including other wholesale clans.
I believe we heard an individual on the streets talking about something called the middle class. Ultimately, giving more power towards the people in order to provide a greater flow of funds through the economy.
True,
Individuals more willing and able to spend.
but it does dilute the power, which is definitely an issue we should take seriously. This does solve many of our issues. We have a lot of resources that we could claim, but we lack the forces to properly defend and exploit.
So
And our current manpower has been slowly siphoned away by these conflicts. So if we could find ways to bolster our forces and inspire some loyalty by having them dig roots that they'll want to fight for.
I can convince the Vaktari people, but you will have to convince the Valorns, the Eurasians, and the Caliburn of this. It would be their power that would be undermined.
This is true. I guess in the meantime, we should probably focus on getting them to our side as well. As while they have always been useful, whether or not they retain their positions as allies in these trying times is problematic.
Alright, so the answer to this question of inform the Black Mountains about the conspiracy to inundate them with refugees, what should I put down?
I was about to suggest that on the offhand towards the argument of telling them, we could spin it as that if the people were to accept the refugees, knowing that they're going to come anyway, they can use that as a form to combat the people that are trying to undermine them by allowing these foreigners in against their, traditional judgment.
So increase morale by telling them they're going to take your land and your jobs and your future.
No, it's not going to increase morale. More of we will expand the nation with these people. All you need to do is accept them, and we can become greater than we once were.
That is a difficult thread to spin, dear brother.
It is. I'm just throwing it out there anyway.
I do not deny that. If it were to work, this would be perfect for our plans. But
It's a hard thread to spin.
It is.
my advice would be to be more cautious about it. Obviously, we need a plan for the refugees regardless, as they will arrive. But
That's a different
we
question entirely.
correct.
So,
But we'll need but an answer of the execution, which I believe was our original topic. Yes.
informing the black people about the conspiracy.
I'm in
I
doing that.
I believe my brother has said his piece, but my stance is that we should tell the people only what is needed to lift their spirits. That the people being executed are hostile saboteurs who wish to see their lives and their people put under a vile yoke.
Okay, so for fate of the Lady Ambassador, executed in public trial showing her complicity in treason and attempted regicide. So do you want to add also the attempted undermining of the state through the other conspiracy?
The other conspiracy would be publicly admitting that the refugees are coming, correct?
Yes,
I would
that's the
be
question I'm trying to
against that.
answer.
Yeah, it's no.
Yeah. So,
We're
okay.
we're,
That
we're going to say no.
All right. So do you want to tell no one, or do you want to tell like the clan heads?
We could tell. I guess we could tell the clan heads.
that
At
does lead
least
in
they
that
can prepare and prep their people.
that does lead into a different point. Is we are going to need to talk to the various clans, the Calborns and the Eurasians and what have you.
Yeah.
And so we will likely need various individuals to handle that. That, while I'm sure our diplomatic forces aren't entirely depleted, I would recommend employing some people who have made some names for themselves to try and branch the connections better.
All right. So Yoda's fate then. I assume it's going to be pretty clear, like executed for like treason and
Yeah.
attempted regicide.
Attempted regicide.
Correct. If need be, we can potentially implicate him along with the necromancer to potentially lessen the blow should the people have any exceptions to his execution.
That would unfortunately be causing xenophobia to slightly rise.
That you are correct about this. I guess it would be best to hope that his treason against you is far more valuable to the people than his previous honor.
Well, I want him dead, and we kind of need him dead, so he's going to die. It's just under what charges?
There's, at least we are in agreement there. Leaving a traitor and a potential kingslayer so close is not something we can tolerate. But at the very least, treason has to be amongst the charges. Need to make an example of those who would try and betray us at this crucial moment.
All right. Okay, so the next one, refugee policy. So, Sigismund details a couple options. One of them is accept refugees, or sorry, aggressively accept refugees preemptively. That's like the most extreme in one direction, where you basically just like make a deal with like nations one at a time to like preemptively absorb the populations. It would be the most disruptive.
It fucking certainly would.
Just a little bit.
But it would give you more lead up time and more resources later. Because you have like more time to assimilate them in batches instead of all at once.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, and it's also going to be as opposed to just suddenly like the faucet fully on.
Yeah.
It's just going to be a slow trickle, which is a steady supply of bodies to use, like everywhere.
So the next one is you make a deal with like the constituent nations where you basically give them first dibs, where you make them fight over who's going to give over first. And that will give you time politically, but you won't get as many people, and it won't be as disruptive because you're getting less people because you're getting the volunteers first.
Okay.
You're getting like the colonists first, but people, the local, people here won't like it because all these colonists are coming in. But at least it's not like, hey, we're publicly like saying you just give us all your refugees.
Yeah.
The middle ground is you increase incentives for like voluntary immigration for like the quote unquote desired whatchamacallit, desired demographics, aka like the people that are going to get sent here anyways. You start with like extent family, like exclaves, because the Valorans are going to be affected by this too.
Yeah.
The next one is resist it, or like just keep it like as your incentives are now, which means that you're going to get them all at once anyways. Then there's resist it, where you basically like refuse to accept anyone, which is like the least humanitarian option. But you could sink the ships in harbor. They're not your problem if they're dead.
Hmm.
We could use them.
The next option is you go to war about this, and you use war to buy yourself time to like slowly, like get your population to accept that this is going to happen. But this does hurt your foreign relations.
I don't think we're quite strong enough to be pissing people off at the moment.
If anything, we should take a stance of appeasement. Try and delay the inevitable war as long as possible. While I doubt it will change much, if we can build our own forces, we'll have a better chance. And who knows, perhaps something horrific will happen to the other nations in that time.
Sigismund nods. Personally, the middle road option is the best, in my opinion. We increase our incentives and we send discreet letters to the other nations to slowly get in on the conspiracy by sending in volunteer colonists. A town here, a town there. At least it'll give us a base point.
And also help us expand.
It'll also give us experience dealing with massive influx of people while we have the room.
That's what I was thinking as well.
I have no counter argument.
All right, so middle ground option, increase incentives for mass colonization and slowly appease opponents.
If we did anything other than that, the people are likely to start growing uneasy, and unrest will likely tear us apart. Unless, of course, we do the the giant wine keg option to try to get them drunk most of the time. That's one way of appeasing things.
Of lowering,
Using
of
the
increasing
textile
morale.
industry. Yeah, using the textile industry to just fund decorations for festivals that are happening literally nonstop. We just suddenly, I don't know, got all this wine all over the place. It's crazy.
Okay, so that's your refugee policy. Is there any other policies that you think you guys need to do?
Aside from what we're gonna do with all the captured guards, seeing how we don't have prison cells for them. I feel like that's a really minor issue.
Yeah, that one's a minor issue. Uh,
Kalcash still votes to have them fucking fix up this goddamn place and then send them to the fucking mines.
yeah, that's basically going to be like that. Yeah, you're used as like public labor. All right, so there is the where should you direct the economy? You have the 4 options. Economic direction. What were the 4 options again? Can I find it? You can prepare the country to absorb the shock of so many incoming immigrants. You can expand your borders to allow for more space when that inevitably comes. You can rebuild the 4 cities, including that's including this one, or you could develop the economy / technology. Because there's this thing called black powder, and it goes boom. There may be something to that. And you can rank these. Here, I'll just copy paste it. Control C, Control V. Uh, so those are your rank choices. Technology also includes like magical technology.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Elle, that you're not really able to get involved in this.
No problem. I'm just trying to figure out why my headset is making like constant beeping noises or some shit.
Is it powered by
Whenever you guys-
batteries?
No, it's just like whenever you guys are talking, there'll be a moment where they'll go dit 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 dot dit dot, and right
Oh,
when you're talking, and I have no idea what's going on. And I've muted my headset, and it's still happening. I've muted Discord from me to Discord. It's still happening. So it's like, is it Discord? But what? Why? What is Discord doing? I have no idea. I'm very confused.
And I suppose if I need to argue for the course of action, I'd say developing the economy and technology only helps pave the way for the other things.
Makes sense.
And rebuilding will help with the morale of the people. individuals being able to return home, if they can call it such, and all that jazz, yada yada, blah blah blah. And then ultimately getting the people to understand what's going to happen, and then facilitating what's going to happen. Ouch.
Okay. What about you, Blaire?
I would have to be in agreement with Kalcash.
Okay. Control C. Paste without formatting. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. All right. Army or Navy? Should you focus more on like naval power or more on army power?
Um,
I admit I have my own biases towards land forces, but I am
as
also aware that I am inexperienced in
um,
the nautical enterprises. Perhaps you
Kalcash was
might
going to
enlighten
say
me.
Navy, but he's going to agree with Blaire on the land-based. Our enemies are going to be much the same.
Okay. Because
And while naval superiority can help out a lot, we have allies that have naval superiority. And we just need to maintain that alliedness. And if we were to develop our technology greater than theirs, we can use that influence to help keep that power balance in our favor, but also allowing them to benefit as well.
all right. And then the final question I can think of right now is pursuit of foreign relations. Should you collaborate? Should you oppose them? Should you strike a middle ground?
With the foreigners.
Oh wait.
I believe the isolation approach won't really help us.
It will
Now,
be.
more than ever, we need to benefit with trade. I apologize.
Oh
Go
no.
ahead.
It. This is mostly in relation to the incoming crises. They will declare war with us in order to enforce their will.
Ah,
Diplomacy can only buy time. Eventually, they will fully pursue this line of action.
fair.
And
I'll,
the more time we buy, the better our situation will be.
the question is, when they finally give us the ultimatum, do we fight them, or do we accept their demands, or something in between?
I doubt we have much to offer them to appease them. And perhaps I'm a bit nonsensical, but I'm of the opinion that we should refuse any efforts to surrender our lands and our people to them.
I agree the same. Well, we might not be strong enough now. Later on, we might have the strength to resist them.
How
And as
thir-
well as clever planning, I feel that we'd be able to overcome them.
how thoroughly should we resist them? To the last breath? To the last city? Or until they reach our borders?
Uh,
Until the
yeah,
Valorns fall? Until they drive up
Kalcash
the.
is it. I might not be the best to ask.
Yes,
I'm
you.
a very much to the last breath man.
Okay, to your last breath then?
Sure. Sure, I'll roll with that.
To Kalcash's last breath.
Yeah, Kalcash is already going to pledge himself to the nation. He's going to fight tooth and nail. So
I just imagine Kalcash, in spite, proceeds to go on magical life support so that he literally like makes a deal with them that they can start sending the refugees on his last breath.
on his last breath.
I will spite you. I'll live forever. Blaire,
Yes,
what's your idea?
I am of the opinion that we resist them when possible.
But to the extent, Blair, how many people are you willing to see die to resist these people? All of them? None of them?
Those of us trained to fight know that we are to expect death once war arrives. To deny us the opportunity to die is to deny us the reason for our training.
To deny the reason to die is to deny the reason why.
So to the last breath, brother?
Even though I may not hold any land myself, I will protect every inch of it that we have.
So long as a man stands to hold the Haxmastare banner, so shall Haxmastare stand.
I'm glad you understand my position. If I can manage, I'll hold up this household on my own if need be.
I'm in agreement, brother.
All right. Speaking of, then, if you're going to fight the last breath, how much support should we give to the Valorans? Their territory is a lot more invadable than ours.
If we can secure their allegiance, then we should make sure that we have as few vulnerabilities as possible.
So we garrison our army in the river valley.
If that is the most obvious place that we are to be assailed from, we should make sure that we are not directly assaulted.
Good, because that's also where we get the bulk of our food that we will need if we're going to take these refugees.
Correct.
Then it is a duel.
We cannot have an army if we do not have rations.
Unfortunately, they inhabit a narrow river valley and they're bordered by two much larger nations. It'd be a very hard way to defend.
It would be, but again, if we're attempting to hold off the other nations as long as possible through democracy or diplomacy, I apologize.
What's this democracy you talk about?
Something that middle class lady keeps shouting about.
Is it where you count people?
I believe it's the people vote for things.
That sounds like it's going
It
to lead
sounded
to...
more like a large amount of people are puppeting the people and saying they're voting for these and that, and I don't know.
That sounds like a disaster waiting to happen.
Yeah, to be fair. Then again, most economies sound the same to me.
Then again, we are talking about a disaster waiting to happen.
Exactly. Ultimately, life is a disaster waiting to happen. It's all in how we get through it.
Okay, and then the last option, the future leadership of the Black Mountains. Kalcash, I understand you do not want to be king.
I will do whatever is needed of me.
That is admirable, but you should keep in mind that someone who does not wish for the crown may leak resentment to those around them, which may poison the nation as a whole.
In the nation's
Brother, you know I do not resent this. I'm sorry, if it were given to me, you know I would not resent it.
For now, yes, but can you speak for that in a few decades from now?
With the hardships that I've endured. Yes. Yes, I believe so.
Forgive me, Your Majesty, you were saying.
in the nation's past, we were run by a government council of the various interests of the city, mostly religious, mostly of the direct god's provenance. And that is an alternative if you do not think direct Haxmaster leadership is desirable or possible.
We have plenty of Haxmasters, and it is best that, especially in a time of conflict, that we have a central leader who can make decrees to protect the nation. A council is likely to bite at each other until the wolves come barking at the door.
And a central leader also serves as a symbol for the people to rally behind.
All right. So, Central Executive Monarch. Um, and who should be that monarch?
Well, the first question is how many Hexmasters still live that could potentially take the crown?
You see Sigismund like count on his fingers. Let's see, 487. Plus about 1,000 spread out across the entire country.
Hmm. So we are
There's gonna be
not
a lot of people vying for it.
there. We are not lacking for candidates. That is good
Well,
to
that's also
have.
including the oldest and the youngest.
True, and especially in a time of warfare, we likely want someone who is skilled and talented in the ways that the people need most. And as much as experience overall is certainly valued, if this conflict is to be long lasting, as we suspect it may be, we may wish someone who is hardier, with a bit more longevity, compared to some of the more wizened candidates.
Do either of you know a dragon?
I mean, Kalcash
Nothing
looks
else.
down at himself, like, changes colors a couple times. I mean, I can get close.
You,
If I work
What was
on it,
that
it might
about
actually work.
you are
21-year-old
certainly
school?
not a terrible option. You know how to fight,
What was
and
that about
you,
someone who's hardier? What now?
the,
Are you
and hopefully
suggesting,
you're,
Miss Elf, that you wish an elf to be in charge?
I
I'm just
believe
trying to
she's
figure out
steadily
what.
settling herself.
I
unfortunate,
heard needed someone who lived long, and I'm always I'm an elf.
well, unless you are proposing to join the Hexmasters, in which case I'm assuming,
What the
how
heck is
ma-
a hexmaster?
your,
I'm only half paying attention.
your Majesty, how many are still unwedded?
Arsene? Kalcash is like pointing at Arsene, like,
That are eligible to be wedded?
If Winter is so insistent on putting an elf on the crown, then bringing her into the Hexmaster fold would be the most expedient solution. And
I'm
as a mercenary, she is knowledgeable in the ways of warfare.
I'm not sure that would go over well with the people, but it is
True.
certainly an
We,
option.
if anything, we could just We would most likely be putting whoever she marries on the throne.
I would
And having
advise that we get someone more prestigious and experienced than an elf mercenary.
You are correct, which is why she would need to marry into someone. So if we have someone who has a solid reputation but few other qualities, that would be ideal. But on the other hand, if we have a Hexmaster who has those qualities to begin with, someone who's been trained in warfare, is young enough to be able to last a few decades.
He's just looking at you, Blaire.
Yeah, he's just looking at. Yeah, who just so happened to conveniently find all of the lost relics of our people, like casually setting up like the various random things we brought with us.
Yes,
Who's
that if they would have a solid reputation amongst the people, and would be able to rally them around a essential figure. I'm, I'm assuming you would have some recommendations from those who still live.
Here's the thing, Blaire. It's like he's looking at you. It's like you're a possible candidate, but the problem is you're not very wise.
Looking at are you looking specifically for wisdom?
No, he's looking for wisdom and intelligence, and
Oh
someone who
boy.
doesn't have like rock bottom constitution. Like you're a very attractive solution, but I can't see your stats. There's also the fact that you're also literally a giant golden lizard that looks like a dragon,
Yeah.
who is like
It's
marrying
definitely simple to stand behind.
who is going to be marrying like one of like the chief religious heads of the entire city.
And I hate to be crass, but there is one other issue to putting Kalcash on the throne. He, his particular repulsions that he admits might be disdainful to the people, considering our cultural heritage.
What, hating the undead?
Well, that, but
Or
also
do you mean
the
the fact
fact that,
I control fire?
yes, considering we are referred to as the Black Mountains for a reason.
Brother, I know. I've been pelted with rocks for 20 years. I understand this.
Yes,
Could the
it
solution
is
possibly be that it's magical flame? No, wait, that still sounds wrong.
that
I mean, to be
if
fair, I can do this instead. Like, Kalcash instead is rived with electricity.
if yes, if you could avoid some of your more inflammatory statuses, then it could work. Though again, you do have some other issues. I do not wish to, how you say, poke an old wound, but your while your combat abilities are certainly impressive, your record for sustaining wounds is a bit less so. And
I don't
considering
know. I
that,
did pretty good last time. I mean, hell, I barely got hurt.
true, you're getting better, but
Turns
you're
out, like gouging this out was actually the best thing that happened to me.
yes, though your record is not exactly in your favor. And considering
Ah,
we already have issues with potential regicide, it would be best if we had a leader who might be able to survive an assassination attempt.
The problem
no
with
one can kill
potential
me.
regicide and an essential monarch is that the chain of leadership means that Kalcash resisting to his last breath would be a quite literal thing that they would focus in on. Are you sure you want a central monarch and not a small council?
Hmm, well, all, all monarchs have their advisors, so it is not as if the crown would stand alone. But especially during war and during a time of crisis, having multiple voices will add more confusion, or a singular figure to follow can be more comforting.
And Kalcash, what would be your contingency plan in case you were incapacitated or killed?
Well,
Do you have children?
off the answer is yes, but Kalcash doesn't actually know that. That's the problem. It hasn't been long enough.
Yeah, it's been like 3 weeks.
So yeah, actually, she might actually start showing this time. By that time,
Yeah, but
so it
she'd
only
have to
takes like
notice.
4 months.
Yeah, so probably by the end of the
Yeah.
month she'll notice.
Yeah,
But like in character, like what would be your
yeah, no.
solution to like? Do you want your kids to be responsible for being the next like monarch? Because Sigismund specifically like did not want to have like his own flesh and blood be like have all that stress on him. That's why he adopted.
Yeah.
That is a good point. Kalcash, would you be prepared to instruct the next generation on how to handle the crown and the throne?
While we're
I
making
mean,
dress,
I'm willing, but
But are you capable?
I currently do not have any children to claim. No, not from lack of trying, I
while
suppose.
while we are making drastic changes to our governmental structure, I would advise that this would be the time that considering different forms of selection for the monarch. Should it be the strongest, the wisest, or just whoever is primogeniture?
The simpler the solution, the better. If there is room to argue, then there is room to fight for the crown. And the last thing we need right now is for the crown to constantly be fought over while we have foes abroad who wish to claim it for themselves.
And given the direction that we're taking, I believe wisdom would probably be our best bet.
All right.
Individuals that can foresee where we need to go, what to do,
So Kalcash, are you
potential routes we can.
Kalcash,
So
are you volunteering to be monarch then?
it was part of the deal that he made, so yes.
If
Uh,
that is, just know that there are alternatives if you feel you are not capable of such.
Of course, and if I die, Blaire, you can always take over.
Hmm.
He says with a chuckle.
Well, if you think
I
I am,
doubt eggs would be able to do anything.
if you trust me to lead our people, then I am willing to accept the crown.
So Kalcash or Blaire? Is that the question?
Feel like those are, unless another candidate comes storming in demanding the crown, I feel like those are our two big options. Is do we go with
One of
the
the little
tradition? Yeah, do we go with the traditional noble or the nautical rat?
The traditional noble or the literal like golden dragon? uh,
funny enough, is more in tune with the everyday person. But is it like an actual fucking cult?
Yeah, yeah. We're very much have the extreme. Do we want to go the traditional nobility, or do we want to do a people's leader?
uh. Okay, so Kalkash, I do need to know your like characteristics.
Of what?
Your like your strength, your dexterity.
Okay. Kalcash has 13 strength, 20 dex,
Jesus Christ.
13 constitution, 11 intelligence, 20 wisdom, and 11 charisma.
Those are
This is
that's
very
nice.
like because Blaire's slightly more even-handed, but does not
A little
have like
bit.
this strong extremes that you do.
Yeah, I had 2 very high rolls, and everything else was flat. And I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, that is true.
So like
Yes.
the choices are 1 strength or -1 strength,
Yeah.
5 dex or 4 dex, 1 constitution or 3
Yeah.
constitution, 0 intelligence, 2 intelligence, 5 wisdom, 0 wisdom,
As
and
I know.
0 charisma and 3 charisma.
That's definitely a hard choice.
Uh, for
It's pretty wild.
for reference, wisdom would improve the economy and morale. Intelligence would improve like technological and economy gain. Constitution like has it so that you like reign for longer and for like having more prime years. And dexterity would be your ability to like lead armies. With charisma being your ability to like affect foreign politics and domestic politics.
So yeah, it's definitely a question of do we want someone who's a bit more spread out and able to make greater changes overall, or someone who's very honed in on certain topics and brings those to the best of their ability.
I almost want to say like the brothers go threesies. It's just like the leaders of specific things.
So you
I-
basically become a council, but you're a council of brothers who are
I-
jointly leading.
I don't mean to be crass, but I would not trust Arsene with the crown. He might sell it for a bit of strain.
Not getting an actual crown, but just political power.
You just give him a lapel pin.
As an advisor, he would be fine, but as an actual king, well, for starters, he's already made it clear that he has no interest in continuing his own line. So that would immediately make trying to stabilize the nation harder if he does not have any proper heirs.
Blaire chased shaving Arsene.
I mean, like Kalcash motions towards Sigismund. I mean, he did well enough.
True. Though that might be more due to the strength of his own character and not necessarily his own policies. As if he had been slain when the attempt was made, the chaos over who would take over would be immense.
Indeed. There probably would have even more wars on their hands.
Considering that, and while this isn't necessarily a factor to ensure leadership, I should mention that I'm already aware of at least one child along the way, so my lineage is secure, and I will have at least one heir to replace me when the time comes.
So do you want an executive council of you both?
Whichever one of us does not become king would certainly need to have advisors, but I am still in favor of having a central monarch and not splitting the power unduly.
Fair enough, Blaire.
Whether or not that king is me or you is a different question.
Okay, so basically, if you choose Kalcash, you're going all in on like that technology, like domestic economy and like leadership for the army. If you choose Blaire, you have a longer reign, you get like a bit more economy and technology, and you get more foreign politic time.
Yeah, Blaire's an even middle ground. Kalcash is the
Very extreme.
very extreme. Like, oh man, we have all of this money now. Look at this army. Oh wait, Kalcash died. Oh, that's crazy, man.
So
Oh look, he has all these eggs though.
the question is, how are we going to handle our voting of the new leader?
You will be able to level up to level 5, so that may like change some of your like characteristics and stats.
I mean, we can try that right now. See if that does anything.
Yeah, let's try that right now.
Well,
I'm not sure, but
level 5 wouldn't change much. I get extra attack, and that would bump my proficiency to +3.
Okay.
Yeah, all I get is extra attack and stunning strike.
So yeah, unless you like in like a side, like one side, like the side adventure you're going to get like after this campaign, um unless you get something from that, you're basically whatchamacallit. You're basically like choosing between like the good army and the good like what is magic governed by intelligence or wisdom? Intelligence. That's right. For the
I mean,
mage.
it would depend on
Normally it's
the type of
intelligence.
magic, but I'm assuming you're referring to arcane.
Yes.
Then yes.
So he's very very good at like getting like improving the economy and like fighting wars, but mediocre at everything else. Or like the good at leading an army, pretty good at surviving, decent at like technology, and then like pretty good at like diplomacy.
I hate to sound full of myself, but it does seem like Blaire might be the best option in the long term.
In the long term, yeah.
Okay, so we're going to make Kalcash like the commander in chief.
Yeah, he might end up. He'll probably get a position of at least general, if not something more significant. Even if
Obviously, when the fighting comes, Kalcash is probably gonna be right there on the front lines. But until then, who knows? Maybe he's sitting there fucking like helping with the economy.
plus,
See how he's so fucking good at it.
plus having a king who can sit back and commit devastation with a bow instead of one has to run up and punch the army in the face might be better for longevity.
You could
Yeah,
put
exactly, Blaire. You're like the your Sigismund magic is your bow, man.
you
Yeah,
could
'cause
put it up to a vote.
that is a different. Yeah, so whoever those who still hold power may decide on who they wish for their next king, if that is tradition.
If you make it a vote for the public, Blaire would win because he has a personal reputation of 20. If you made it a
Yeah.
vote for like the Haxmasters, it would be Kalcash with a reputation of 15.
Yeah, it's all about who's voting.
Yeah.
And if we allowed everybody to vote, I
That
don't
would
know.
get messy.
I feel like with the reputation of 20, like Blaire will probably win. Just with like the people. And then again, I don't know. That might just now you're just adding the rep up between the two, so who knows?
Yeah, considering I know Blaire has, depending on how much rep you've gained over the campaign, Blaire has overall more rep than you.
Yeah.
Though there are spices, like especially with the noble household itself, you're quite a bit more prestigious.
Because Kalcash like was basically unknown, so he has like a 10, but you did check 4. So it would still be like Kalcash would have 14 like personal rep and 15 Haxmaster rep because you got the +1 from defeating Yoda.
That's fair. Did I get anything from giving all those people jobs?
Yes, that's included for the checking.
Okay. I didn't remember if that was ever stated or not.
I was going to like tally this up now.
Fair enough.
For Blaire, would your character want to like make their own holdings, or would they be happy with like being like taking up these holdings here in the Citadel?
I mean, considering it was assumed that that would never be an option, and now all of a sudden, Blaire finds themselves doing the pinnacle of nobility, it would be as much restraint and demure that Blaire might try and maintain. There is a bit of greed and desire that lingers in her heart for the crown.
There is an alternative, and that's choosing the best from Hammerstrom's kids.
In that case, we're destroying the crown.
What's up?
Blaire does not trust Hammerstrom.
Oh yeah. No, like kill those kids.
I'd sooner.
That's going to be like the first thing that happens like 5 years into Blaire's reign. All of a sudden, all those Hammerfell kids, they're dead. Who knows what happened?
I'd sooner.
Crazy.
Yeah, I'd sooner burn down the Citadel than hand it over to Hammerstrong.
It's a good thing Mariah's
if you're
not
king,
here.
can we burn her alive?
Well, considering most of this place is made of non-flammable materials, we'll need something to burn.
Oh boy. Poor Sigismund, like, oh fuck.
Because if you, I would roll like all 5 of the kids' stats, and you can choose like the best of them if you want to make them like a puppet king. Slash.
No.
So it's going.
It's
That means we have to build them.
It's either Kalcash or Blaire. We're sticking to that.
So
Like, there was one kid that was cool. One. She can hang out. The other ones are dead.
well, you didn't really meet most of them except for like her and like Uther, and Uther was an asshole, like the asshole.
Oh yeah, Uther was being an asshole, and everyone was just sitting there doing the like.
Do we get involved?
No, they're just sitting there laughing and shit.
The kids are fine. It's the
Not raining in the asshole.
It's the mother that's the issue.
I don't know. That one kid's gonna get it.
If we are truly indecisive, and considering our current knowledge of ourselves, it would probably be best if I take over.
And I'm in agreement.
As much as I think you are a solid individual and you have some good qualities, I hate to say it, but you've only been here for a short year, and your education on rulership and the finer details of running a nation are a bit lacking.
I mean, I only started taking those seriously about, I think, 4 months ago.
Indeed.
It took me 6 months to learn the language.
Meanwhile, in comparison, I've been spending my entire life for this moment.
So we have an heir, we have a spare.
Don't forget about the spare. They're still growing.
All right. So that means. All right. So Sigismund is going to choose. We're going to let Blaire be monarch. That's what he's going to decide upon for Blaire.
That shall work for now.
Unfortunately, you are not magically gifted. You do not have sorceress talent. But neither does Kalcash, so it's kind of a fucking mute point now, wasn't it?
Yeah, correct, yes.
Yeah, the only claim to fame was his like magic blood from dragons, but that's it.
Yes. My
Alright.
talent is a bit
His only
muted.
like real hope is to like sit there, spend all of his time like, I'm going to ascend to dragon.
Alright, so who
Just you fucking wait.
So who should succeed Blaire? Should it be the wisest of all Haxmasters?
Kalcash still holds firm with the wisdom aspect.
Perhaps, though another issue may be the indicator of what does classify as wisdom and what trial we would utilize to prove such.
We have a ball. We have this thing called a Vitomatic Vigor Tester.
True.
Give it a squeeze, tells you your stats.
Using
what makes you special.
It's a magical like a fantasy world. Yeah, I'm sure they have that.
Using a magical construct to determine who is the best is certainly an option.
I mean, we just did it.
Though of course the other thing is keeping more stability. So obviously we'd keep it within the Haxmasters itself, but ideally some lineage proximity would also help to stabilize things. To limit the running unless needed.
Alright, so now the final thing is, because you chose a strong central executive monarch, you're not going to get like the full bonuses from having a governing conclave. So who should be the national diplomat?
That's a good question. As monarch, I will be unable to do so myself.
Since I don't really know of anyone in like your like friend group who would be meeting that, it would just be whoever has like the best thing. That could be Falskog here. She has a 18 to charisma. Unfortunately, she is also old. She's about as old as her husband.
That is true. We have a few alternatives.
Wait.
The,
What's the name of that teenager that Blaire keeps sending on stupid errands?
Arnora.
Honora. What's her charisma?
She's a level 0 peasant.
And
Plus
she
0.
damn.
Well, she can perhaps be grown into a proper diplomat as she's malleable enough to be educated in many directions, but the problem is we require one more immediate. And while I might be able to educate her into a proper diplomat, the problem is we need someone to do so now or in the near future. And she would have several years before she would be properly trained to handle foreign affairs. So there's a few options of people we know from. None of them are ideal, though if you have other recommendations, I would hear them.
There's Lat.
The child.
The child.
Well, she's not going to be a child forever, and she has a charisma of 16.
Correct.
You know, I was wondering how we were going to fit Lat to this grand scheme of things.
And if she reaches the age to serve, then perhaps she may be offered the seat. But until then, we would need someone to take it up immediately.
God damn it.
Oh no.
God damn it.
I like the idea. It's a Kalcash like kicking a rock.
I do not say you are wrong. But again, she's too young for a position.
I know. You remember that time when we basically all died, but Lat, was like came through and killed all those dudes and saved us.
Correct. And unless we wish to change the law so that the age of primacy is far younger than it currently is, which would certainly be quite a radical change, there is little we can do to put Lat in a position of authority.
It would also be radical if we had a Valoran in charge of the Chancellorship.
I hadn't even thought of that. That might
It would
cause
help
a war.
appreciate them.
That might cause a war in of itself amongst the other clans.
As they are technically foreigners.
Yeah, so...
But she is certainly your best option.
We do, but again, that is more of a long-term solution if we cannot find someone else.
Yes.
But again,
you
we need
may
to focus on
be
who we can get
forced
now.
to consider like some of the Hammerstrom kids.
Possibly,
Okay,
if we can,
all right.
if we can make
we'll
use
have
of
to
them.
get to know them.
The other
Kill their
options.
mom later.
There's a few other options we could potentially consider. For starters, we would, as loath as I am to admit it, Arsene would need something to do to keep him occupied, lest he become a problem.
Well, that's
Do
why you
really
have a
want
spy
to send
master.
him to outside? Yeah, the spy master, perfect. I was about to say, do you really want him to send him out on diplomatic missions where he can steal their valuables?
He has a
and get
charisma
caught?
of 16.
He's as
he is the best option. Fuck.
As silly as our brother may be, and as we have come to know him for his larcenous tendencies, you must remember that those who have not come to know him as deeply and intimately as we have will be unaware of his past and will see him as a charming individual with a mysterious past that they'll want to learn more of, but will forever be intrigued with the absence of knowledge.
And on the bright side, he'll never steal anything, just like he never stole that pocket watch.
Yes. Perhaps perhaps I should not be giving him any importance if he is as reliable as such.
Out of character, he would just be going by his charisma stat.
He'd do good. You just don't expect him to steal anything, brother.
Yes, if we can,
he could talk out of a situation. It's just
yes, if we can keep him focused and on task, then he would be ideal for the position.
Night L.
Nah,
And I know.
considering he is fairly youthful.
All right. We are going to have to hurry this up because Necro, you have to go soon.
You're correct about this.
Yeah, it is almost 12. Holy shit.
Did
So,
I
yeah,
just hear
if
people say night owl?
Well, you left
Why?
the roll 20.
No, I didn't.
no, I must have disconnected.
All right. Next, Marshall. I think this was pretty self-evident.
Yes, I think Kalcash should be best suited. He is quite focused on the brawl and can likely teach his ways to the new batch of
Alright.
recruits.
Spymaster.
What's needed for Spymaster?
Dexterity, charisma.
Hey,
Hmm.
L. What's your dexterity and charisma?
Preferably they're a rogue, but
My dexterity is 4, and my charisma is +1.
A solid choice, though again we do run into the issue of having a foreigner on the council.
That's fair.
wait, your wife.
Is
your
she
he-
dexterous and
While
charismatic?
I do love my wife and would like to put her
That'd be
in a position of
hilarious.
power,
She's
she's not the most subtle of individuals.
No, the other wife.
Oh,
Oh.
all right, her.
And the brothel.
If she is willing to accept such, since I understand it would take her away from her current business.
Oh, what a classic
sh-
trope.
What?
I
I'm sorry.
if I can bring this up to her, and if she's willing to accept, then she would certainly make a fine ringleader of spies, as she's fairly talented in such arts.
I'm sorry, but
Better than spies than courtesans.
here's the thing. You're asking her to
Work
basically
so
just
well.
continue doing the job that she's done previously.
Yeah, really.
Just on a grander scale,
Yes.
with more resources and connections.
No, it turns out she was already the spy master. Surprise.
Actually, the spymaster was Yoda.
He was the spy master? I thought he was the head of the guard.
You would have.
Yeah.
You would never think he was the spy master, would you?
Yeah, he's the head of the guard.
He's
He's in
such a
charge of catching
dipshit.
spies.
He's such a dipshit. Okay.
Why do you think the conspiracy went unnoticed for so long?
Makes sense.
Alrighty, so next position.
Court wizard.
Oh, ow, that may prove to be the hardest position to fill.
Shit, we don't know a wizard.
Unless we can locate one elsewise, we're probably going to require one of the Hammerstrongs to fill that position.
Or hire someone.
True, but should we really be investing coin in hiring?
Should you really be
distant
entrusting a foreigner, a likely foreigner, in such an important position in such a inconvenient time?
Yes.
Yeah.
And while I might have some grievances with the Hammerstrom matron, the children themselves can be useful, and if
Except
given
for
a position
asshat.
of authority, perhaps they can be more genteel towards our organization.
Okay, so I'm going to warn you now that your wizard and your spymaster will both benefit from being a rogue as their class, and for the wizard being a court mage being like a wizard.
Yes, so that is the first thing we'll need to do, see if which of the Hammerstrong younglings,
Can
since
do.
they're
Is there
about,
a rogue in their midst?
is to see if any of them actually possess a talent for magic.
Possibly, I'm going to have to roll randomly for them.
If it turns out all of them are as mundane as myself, then this is perhaps a moot point.
We
To
may
be fair, Arsene would make a great spy master. It's just
But who would we fill up his position as
diplomat.
diplomat?
Raquel.
Who?
Raquel? Adam
The
Raquel?
Someone
wife.
someone
So
with hammer?
we'd be swapping them, but then we'd be swapping them around.
Unfortunately,
it's
she's
not
not very
much different.
wise.
It would not be. Their positions.
I didn't
aren't
realize the
greatly-
diplomats needed wisdom. I thought it was just charisma.
It's so that she can sense motive.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
Maybe
although I
insight.
doubt Arsene would be much different.
Yeah, she has a -1 insight.
There's very few people that are like that. Wait a second. We can't do that.
We can't.
Kalcash's wife already has a position power she needs to fucking uphold.
Yeah. Unfortunately, you cannot have like religious leaders. It's literally in basically the like godly constitution. They cannot be the monarch.
Plus,
okay, fair
it would be a conflict of interest as they need to tend to their
Yeah.
religious congress,
That's what I was just saying.
but they would not have. So they would lack the time to do their political duties, or vice versa.
Okay. So,
So we
real
need to
quick,
figure
I
out
can
who
go
our
through all the modifiers. So, Fatal Lady Ambassador Nefertiti. She will give you a major bonus to morale. Inform the Black Mountains about the conspiracy. Minor loss to morale. Minor acceptance of refugees. No change in national unity. Yoda's face. Minor loss to morale. Refugee policy. Loss to morale. Increase in economy. Increase in population. Decrease in national unity. Economic direction. Develop the economy, technology, and rebuild. Those will get bonuses. Those two will get bonuses. Assimilation, expansion. Both will receive negative modifiers. So in the next campaign, you may suffer like you've lost territory in like your hinterlands to like the other factions in the Black Mountains.
fair enough.
We're a very small but fucking surprisingly powerful nation for no reason.
Army or Navy, improvement to expansion. So you may not lose territory. It basically cancels out the thing. If you had chosen Navy, you would have developed your economy and technology. Pursue foreign relations. I don't know, but it does it does improve your national unity because you are publicly swearing that you will fight to the last breath. Support for the Valorans. You gain a minor gain of morale and you gain to the economy. Future leadership at the Black Mountains. Blaire, and then you have their governing conclave. With your court wizard like absent because you just never met any wizards.
Yeah, that'll always be the issue. Losing our the magical legitimacy.
All right, so congratulations, you have finished the campaign.
No, just don't worry about it, Blaire. All of our children are going to be wizards. Like
Well,
we're the black sheep for no reason.
I'll have plenty to choose from.
I suggest you hire a good tutor. Like spare no expense.
What do you
tutor.
mean? We already got Ma.
She's not a wizard. She's a cleric.
Oh. Nah.
So yeah, congratulations, you finished the mini campaign. Let me just bring out my character creation. Where is it? Rules
I'll be fun
handouts.
to
There it
see.
is. Experience and advancement. All right, this is session 20. It took us 20 sessions.
Woo! It didn't feel that short.
It's because
Sure.
it took place over a very long period of time.
True.
All right, real quick for experience.
I mean, does it really matter?
Maybe you may get to like level 6. No, wait, you can't.
No, it's impossible.
So you did uncover a historical truth or secret. You did advance a quest. You did make a name or you did 3, and you did accumulate wealth of at least 100 silver because you became like monarchs. All right, February 6th. All right, there we go. Save. All right, I hope you all enjoyed the campaign.
Oh, excuse me.
I learned a lot of things about like how to run a campaign like this.
It was fun to experiment. Definitely learned a lot about the world.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sure. One of you has to go to bed and the other of you has to go to work.
Yep.
Alright, well, I hope you all had all fun. All right, bye you two. Bye me.